Hello, my name is Andres Chang, and you are watching the audio commentary for Vietnam, a fan edit by Andres Chang, myself. This YouTube channel that you are watching is Risky Edges. Please support my channel. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, and turn on bell notifications.
Our strength as well as our convictions.
This movie starts out with a terrific black and white montage setting up the movie and what's going on.
As well as force and violence. And in that contest, we cannot stand aside.
Gentlemen, to West Berlin, and next year Moscow.
And let me say from the beginning that, first let me thank my tech guy. I will not name him. I don't want to embarrass him, but without my tech guy, this whole channel would not be possible.
Ooh, beat the French.
Who has beat the French?
Mark my words, gentlemen. Vietnam is the war of the future.
War of the future.
Right.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I love this fan edit because I'm always coming back. I'm always rewatching it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good, but I like it.
2 beers.
And a Coke, please.
Coke. That's right, we have a good boy over there.
And that's one of the reasons I made it, because I liked it. So what did I make this fan edit from? Well, right now we are in the John F. Kennedy presidency in this point of the fan edit. And this was made from 3 movies. The movie we're in now is called Bright Shining Lie, which is based on a made-for-TV movie also was based on a book of the same title. And this character, played by Bill Paxton, is who sadly is no longer around. He was a real person. His name was John Van. And then the other movie, which I'll point out, which you'll clearly see the title, is called The Path to War. They are both made-for-TV movies made by HBO. The Path to War is about the Johnson presidency. And the last part is from a made-for-TV movie.
Vietnam.
The name I forget, but it's about Richard Nixon. And that's another reason why I made this fan edit, is because it really covers those 3 presidencies: Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon. And under Nixon, the Vietnam War had ended. Of course, and this fan edit will talk about it, Vietnam did not start with Kennedy. It started with Eisenhower and the end of World War II. So the reason why the Vietnam War started is because Vietnam was a French colony, and then Japan took Vietnam from France during World War II.
Morning, sir. Hey, John.
And after World War II, France was defeated, but then Vietnam didn't become independent. Vietnam, with the support of the United States, continued or returned to its state as a colony of France.
That's Steve Burnett Times.
Go ahead.
Then Vietnam kicked France out.
You're a lucky man. You should be dead.
And the United States, in order to contain communism, to fear that communism would spread all over the world and eventually to the United States, supported the southern non-communist Vietnam, or South Vietnam, in their war with North Vietnam, which was communist.
An exotic little war in an Asian...
So even after the French left, as this person will explain, we stayed.
1954, Vietnam was divided between Ho Chi Minh's Communist North and the southern regime of Ngo Dinh Diem. The Communists launched an insurrection to capture the South, so America sent 11,000 advisors to bolster Diem's army.
Look at this place. Man, this is a place worth fighting for. Can you imagine what's going to be like if the communists get it?
Now, the U.S. sent in advisors to help South Vietnam, but of course, these advisors were actually combat troops, and we'll see that. John Van he's going to be told he's just an advisor, but he's going to see real combat.
Where do they get all the water from?
They terrace the fields at different levels.
Now, these big square pools of water, that's how rice is grown. For those of you who don't know, I have been to Taiwan, and Taiwan is filled with these square pools of water where rice is grown.
To act as their senior advisor. The South Vietnamese soldier is a magnet.
And here in this scene, we'll talk about how, we'll learn that these U.S. soldiers are just advisors, but again, they're going to see real combat.
Remarkable. Just take a look. Theirs is a splendid effort, and it is our job to support.
Let's talk about that opening black and white montage for a moment. Hopefully, I'll get to everything.
Zors. President Diem.
But actually, let's begin with the title. The title of this fan edit is simply Vietnam. You'll notice Vietnam is 2 words, Vietnam. That is because in the Vietnamese language,
Behind this, huh?
Vietnam is 2 words. In English, it's 1 word, but in the Vietnamese language, it's 2 words, Vietnam.
Give them your best, because they are giving us theirs.
You know, it's actually difficult for me to make, I said this before, but I'll say it again. It's actually difficult for me to make this audio commentary because I just want to sit back and watch this movie. This fan edit is 5.5 hours long, and actually, so if you want to binge watch something, hey, binge watch this, please. Actually, in the 80s, and I think the 70s and the 90s too, before the internet, Americans did binge watch, but a little differently. There were made-for-TV miniseries, like Monday night or Sunday night, maybe.
Sergeant, what the hell's going on here, Major?
Well, this is just a little,
The first episode, it would be 1 or 2 hours long of a miniseries, and then later in the week, maybe Friday night, maybe Saturday night, maybe later in the week,
but they take some of the body away.
or maybe Friday night or Saturday night, or earlier in the week, the last episode of the miniseries would premiere.
Let me show you my command.
So it was a form of binge watching, but just different. We had to take breaks. We watched at night, and in the morning we had to go to work, and then at night we would watch TV.
Thanks to your government's assistance, we are arming the people to fight alongside us. Soon, you and I will defeat the Viet Cong.
I look forward to it, Colonel.
But now with the internet and lots of binge watching, you can binge watch the whole weekend, or you don't have to watch it every night.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Colonel. What's going on?
So getting back to the earlier black and white montage, you have Elvis, that was Elvis Presley, His Majesty, the King of rock and roll, Elvis Presley.
Okay, what's the plan?
We will attack. Here?
You also had a shot of Fidel Castro, the leader of Cuba, who I think recently passed away. He was the sole leader of Cuba for years. My goodness. Now his brother is in control of Cuba.
Shall we, commence matter?
Let's go.
Colonel, I thought...
You also saw an image of the Klan. That's the Ku Klux Klan, the KKK. The Ku Klux Klan, they were a state-sponsored terrorist group. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is they were terrorizing black people, and they were doing it with the support of the police, the local police. So that was state-sponsored terrorism. We also saw the drive-in eateries, which we don't see too much of anymore. I don't know if any of these exist anymore, if even one exists still in America, but back then in the 50s, a lot of people drove these big, heavy, gas-guzzling cars, and you drive up to the drive-in eatery. A girl on roller skates would come to your window, take your order, take your payment, roll away. Did I say drive to your window? She would roll to your window. She would roll to your window on her roller skates, take your order and cash, roll away, roll back with a tray that would lean flat against your car window, and you would eat off of the tray, maybe while listening to the radio too.
What's your situation? Over?
John, we got one Arvin soldier with a leg wound. He's stabilized. Over.
Roger that, Frank.
John, my hands are tied here. The enemy's getting out the back door.
I'll come around from the south, cut off their escape route, see if I can't put a scare in them. Over.
You also saw Muhammad Ali, which will be mentioned later in this fan edit. Muhammad Ali boxing championship. Sadly, he's no longer around. Some would argue to this day that he is still the best boxing champ who ever lived.
I see him.
You also saw a sign that said "for colors only." That, of course, was talking about segregation and the civil rights movement. Later in this fan edit, you will actually see Dr. King. You also, in that black and white montage opening the fan edit, roller derby. I don't know if roller derby is still done in the US, but I don't even know all the rules or how it actually works. But these girls in roller skates would roll around and they would shove each other and I guess knock each other down. It's like rugby or American football, but with girls, and it's on roller skates. I've never actually seen it in real life. I think Drew Barrymore made a movie about it.
All right, let's get after the rest. Looks like we got a reception committee.
Then you saw Marilyn Monroe, iconic Hollywood star, sadly also died. She was a symbol back then of beauty, still is.
I am in time. Your plan worked, Colonel. You've killed the...
You also saw the rocket launch. That was part of the space race. And then the song through the whole thing, of course, is The Twist, which was, the song was written by Chubby Checker, and the dance was also invented by Chubby Checker. In fact, true story, there was a music awards show in America where Chubby Checker and somebody else is presenting an award for best dance, I think, or something related to best dance. And the person's telling Chubby Checker, talking with Chubby Checker, tells him, "Wow, you invented the twist so long ago, and you never received an award for it." And then Chubby Checker says to the audience, "Well, there's always next year." And of course, this was in the 80s or the 90s, I think, and the twist was invented in the 50s.
I am so proud of Colonel Kao. I hope he will kill many, many more of these communist traitors. And together, we will kill them all.
That's one tough lady.
Heard the men aren't so tough.
Bullshit.
Like there's been talk that DM's men are unwilling to fight.
These men are kicking the Viet Cong's ass. All we're doing is supplying intelligence and logistics. Isn't that right, Major?
Yes, sir.
Let him know, photograph, please, man. Let him know this way. This way, please. Right here, sir. Thank you very much. General, move in, please. Very good.
Now you're going to see these group of females. Notice their white dresses. That is a traditional Vietnamese clothing for females. Long white dress, high collar, long sleeve. Notice the slit on the side. There's a slit on the right, a slit on the left. The skirts are too long, not too short, about the length of the knee. and underneath the dress, you wear a pair of pants. And all that's missing is the cone hat. So again, traditional Vietnamese female clothing is that long white dress with long sleeves and high collar, a slit on the left and a slit on the right, and pants worn underneath. That is traditional Vietnamese clothing for females.
Would you read the last entry?
The Americans are here. They have brought tanks and helicopters. The young men are afraid, but I tell them do not fear because the Americans are Guan Fei. Guan Fei, it's a word that means soft. And actually, decadent. Do you understand? They can never win because they use only those of our people who are also Guan Fei. The peasants are with us because they hate the Guan Fei.
What do you believe?
Oh, I'm not interested in politics, Mr. Van.
What are you interested in?
My school. I enjoy it.
That's a very interesting scene where she reads and translates the journal.
It's a very rare thing for a woman here.
I have to say.
Another reason I made this fan edit is because it's just so full of information. And we're even going to get into numbers, military tactics, the details. Perhaps we can even say the minutiae. But I think it's very informative. And I hope someday that history teachers will show this movie in this fan edit in history classes. But it's very long. Again, if you want to binge watch, please binge watch this. 5.5 hours. That's between lunch and dinner on a Saturday. And then after dinner, you can go out drinking with your friends. But remember, John Paul Van does not drink and he does not smoke.
There he is, Tiger of the Delta.
Not bad.
Congratulations, Commander.
Thank you.
Beautiful medal. I must have a photo.
Van would charm, coax, cajole, anything to rally the South Vietnamese. At first, it worked.
By God, the best U.S. Vietnamese team for fighting communists.
American advisors work to bring the level of training and combat readiness of these forces as high as possible.
And this is nice too, and the original movies that I culled the footage from is also filled with real audio and real video from the time, which adds authenticity to everything. And I love docudramas as well.
Country villages, and he uses his new knowledge well.
Colonel Cal, what is the mission?
We are mounting an assault on Tan Binh.
Tan Binh? You've already cleared Tan Binh.
No, we must cleanse the village thoroughly.
This is ridiculous.
Cut off, please.
Sometimes, I'm gonna keep quiet throughout this commentary unless it's edited out, because sometimes the scenes and the lines are so informative, they're better to be heard. And they speak for themselves.
You want us to fight the Viet Cong?
One could argue that no movie should have an audio commentary because movies should speak for themselves. Or better yet, watch movies with groups of friends and then afterwards go get something to eat and then talk about the movie you just saw. And there, voila, audio commentary.
Eyeball to eyeball with the communists all over the world. These guys are out shooting rabbits.
General Sharp's instruction for us to steal back the rice on behalf of the peasants has paid great dividends.
This General Giap is a very clever man.
Tell me about your wife.
Don't forget, you are watching Risky Edges with Andres Chang. My name is Andres Chang. Please support this channel by subscribing, turning on bell notifications, liking, sharing, and commenting.
It's on one side of the ocean and I live on the other.
So, hi,
2 tuần lễ căng thẳng và sợ hãi, ông Khrushchev, lãnh tụ Nga, đã tuyên bố cho lệnh rút giàn hỏa tiễn.
And here we're going to talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. And if it were up to me, in between this scene and the scene before this scene, I would have put in another 2-hour movie of the Cuban Missile Crisis, preferably the Kevin Costner movie called 13 Days. And then this movie would be 7.5 hours long, so you could maybe watch a little bit every day and get through it in a week. But this movie is about Vietnam. But maybe I will revisit this fan edit again. This is actually the third and most likely the final version of this fan edit. I made a fan edit of this movie earlier. If you look on my channel, you'll see it. And then I made a second version of it. And then this is the third and final version of this fan edit. Most likely I will not revisit it. Perhaps in the future I will, and I'll put in the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Check this one out for myself. Go!
Target site now. Over.
Roger that, Colonel Bogey.
No signs of movement below. Over.
Oh my gosh, that tree is moving. Wait, that's not a tree, that's a soldier.
Appak, January 2nd, 19...
And oh my gosh, there are more soldiers.
For a year, the Viet Cong had studied the Americans and their tanks and helicopters, studied and learned. Now they were ready to stand and fight. Vietnam's exotic little war was about to turn into a quagmire.
Now, before this battle begins, what you'll see is the North Vietnam forces are fighting from the cover of the trees, and so they're going to ambush the South Vietnam forces, and that's how a lot of Vietnam battles were, according to veterans. They would get ambushed, they didn't know where the enemy fire was coming from exactly, maybe they knew it was coming from a general direction, but they could not see the enemy, because the enemy was so well camouflaged and the trees and the foliage just provided good enough cover that you couldn't see them.
Hawkeye, get those tracks up on line and be ready to move fast when I give the order, over.
Roger that. Okay, you're heading for the tree line.
Warhorse, take your 3 birds out to the west behind the tree cover, over.
Colonel Bogey, this is Chopper Force Alpha. We're swinging west of the target zone, over.
Chopper, I want you to put your 2 birds down to the east, over.
We're coming in from the east toward the LZ now.
Thumper, you're too goddamn close. Thumper, you're too close. Get back. You're overshooting the LZ. Go around. Hang on. Get out. God damn it.
Now that cannon-like weapon you just saw, called a mortar cannon, I think that's the correct term, but it's a small cannon, roughly pointed 45 degrees upward. You drop the mortar in it and it fires the mortar. The mortar goes up and it comes down and it lands. and it explodes. So that's a mortar. M-O-R-T-A-R. Mortar.
Come on, come on! Come on, Frank, move!
He doesn't understand English now, John.
Oh, yeah,
Go!
And there you see they're firing from the trees, but they're difficult to see. And the gunner on top of that, he's hit, he's bleeding, it looks horrible.
Hawkeye, come in! Thumper, come in! God damn it, take her down, down!
Give me a hand with these guys!
And that's another reason I made this fan edit, is because it shows the pain and horror of war. Here this guy is in pain, he's screaming from the pain. War is never good and beautiful and heroic. It is just, as Chris Hedges, the American writer, has said, it's just destruction. It destroys everything. And one of the problems, though, with making war movies and even writing about war is that it glorifies war. It does make war look heroic and beautiful and noble. Maybe not always in books, but in films, you know, in movies, maybe even if your intent is to show how terrible war is, there's always the risk that you're going to make war look like something appealing, but it's not.
Hang in there! Hang in there! No, stay away, come on! How you doing there?
What the hell happened, John?
Give us a hand, let's get him loaded up!
Almost there. Let's get him on the Jeep.
Charlie kicked our ass! They knew they wouldn't fight, so they stood their ground! Move it out!
Now, John just said Charlie kicked our ass, and when he says Charlie, that means the enemy. So the enemy is Charlie. I don't know why that is, but that's military jargon terminology. Charlie. Charlie is the enemy. Why Charlie as opposed to Bobby or Artie? I don't know.
What a waste.
Tell me in the comments section.
Goddamn stupid waste.
That's 659.
Head, head!
Carry on. Gentlemen, you wanted to see me?
Yes, sir. Well, sir, given the setbacks we suffered out back, I thought you'd be interested to know the current enemy
Just
strikes.
what in the hell is this?
Well, sir, the red areas indicate current Viet Cong concentration.
We control these areas.
Sir, I'd have to argue that.
Who have you talked to about this?
No one, sir.
Now, you get this straight. Outback was a victory. We took the objective. We drove off the enemy. Everybody knows that ours are beating theirs.
We lost 88 men, sir, 1,500...
Don't lecture me! You spread defeatist nonsense outside this room, I will have you court-martialed. And the charges this time will stick.
The charges this time will stick. What happened to John Van in the past? What was his court-martial before? Who knows? But anyway, here what we're seeing is, if you tell the truth, you're going to get punished. And that's what happens in America. Chris Hedges, again, he told the truth about Iraq, and then he lost his job at the New York Times. Edward Snowden told the truth about how the government is conducting surveillance on all of us, always, without a warrant, and now he's exiled in Russia. That's his de facto punishment.
What's the truth?
Chelsea Manning leaked the infamous helicopter video where in Iraq, a U.S. helicopter gunship gunned down innocent civilians. And then Chelsea Manning was put into solitary confinement. And then there's Julian Assange, who, if I'm not mistaken, got the video from Manning and then released the video through WikiLeaks. And they mentally and physically broke Julian Assange in a U.S. prison, which is why it makes no sense for him to be extradited to the United States, because he will be further broken physically and mentally. And that's why it makes no sense for Edward Snowden to be returned to the United States or to return to the U.S. He'll know, because he rightly suspects that they're going to Julian Assange him. And I talked over that whole important scene, but that important scene was also talking about how the U.S. military is hurting, not helping South Vietnam. Again, whatever the intentions are.
The U.S. Army Advisory Program is a complete sham. Totally ineffective. What's going on?
2 days ago in Hue, Diem's forces opened fire on a Buddhist protest. Killed 9 of them.
Can't get this guy to fight the communists, but he's willing to kill his own people.
Now here we're going to see a Buddhist monk set himself on fire. I don't know if this event actually happened, but maybe this is based on an actual event that did happen. And the president of South Vietnam at the time, he was a Catholic, and he removed a lot of Buddhists from top posts and replaced them all with Catholics. And so 3 Buddhist monks set themselves on fire to protest what the president of South Vietnam had done. And burning yourself is a protest maneuver, or hanging yourself, or some kind of suicide, is not something that I advocate. I do not advocate it, but it has been a protest tactic that has been used throughout the years.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Terrific line. We have no idea what's going on around here.
Miserable damn performance. Yeah, that's Van. I can just hear him say it. I want him busted now. Get him out.
General, he's got a month to go. Let's not stir up the press. Let him finish out, then we'll take care of it.
And see, here we go. You tell the truth and you get punished, or in this case, you get transferred. And that's the thing. I think it was Winston Churchill who said, truth is the first casualty in war. And that's another reason I made this fan edit. With the Ukraine war going on, and a lot of the same people who were against the war in Iraq, a lot of ordinary Democrats, when I say ordinary, I don't mean elected politicians, though you can include them, but I mean ordinary people who are not politicians, but ordinary people who just vote. A lot of them who are Democrats and who were against the Iraq war, they're now cheerleading the Ukraine war. And how do we really know what's happening in the Ukraine war? And Vietnam is a good reminder of that. The media was lying to us, the government was lying to us, and when you told the truth, like John Van did, you get punished, or transferred, or shunned, or silenced, or expelled, or deplatformed, or nobody listens to you anymore. They silence you.
Washington, we picked up some new friends.
Who are those guys?
Diem put his boys on us for reporting ATPAC.
Well, the truth hurts.
We got something for you here.
To Lieutenant Colonel John Paul Van, from his good friends and admirers, the American Press Corps. I don't smoke.
But you can use it to light a fire under the brass back at home.
Depend on that. Bobby, thank you. Nick.
John, I hope nothing I've written hurts you.
Nothing can hurt me.
Okay.
Gentlemen.
Give him hell, John. He was our hero, an officer willing to risk his career to tell the truth about Vietnam. He set out to spread the word to everyone.
And I actually have a sad story to tell. This is my second attempt at this audio commentary, 5.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. And the first audio commentary was deleted. So I think if this audio commentary doesn't work, then that's it. No more audio commentaries. So people, or by the time this is done, I'll have put 11 hours into this audio commentary. So please support my channel, help it grow. I put in a lot of time into this. My tech guy puts in a lot of time into this. Support this channel, subscribe, turn on bell notifications, like, comment, and share, please. Thank you.
Communist war.
So we saw John Fan not only had a wife, 3 kids, and he's cheating on his family.
And in my hand, I hold the secret weapon to win the war in South Asia. Secret weapon to win the war in South Asia. In my hand, I hold the secret weapon to win the war in South Asia. Rice. Rice, gentlemen. Rice.
And this presentation he gives is quite excellent.
They fought the Chinese, the Japanese, they fought the French for their rice fields.
But as you can see, he's giving it to more than one audience and gives it more than once. So it looks like nobody's listening. And that's the other thing. When you tell the truth or repeat facts and people don't like it, they silence you by not listening.
President Diem, our man, President Diem, continues stealing it. We must regain the goodwill of the peasants. We must restore the good faith of the people. To win the war in Vietnam, we must take back the rice revolution. Throw out the rice dealers and give them back their rice. We must wage war for the peasants, not against them. Build their houses. Don't destroy them. Kill the enemy with this instead of this. In short, we must harness the peasant revolution to defeat the communist revolution. Thank you.
Outstanding, Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to recommend that the Joint Chiefs hear this briefing as soon as possible.
That's great news, sir.
Get him over, send him right over to my office. I'd appreciate it.
Lieutenant Colonel Van to see the Joint Chiefs.
Please have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel Van to see you, sir.
Great to meet you, Colonel Van.
Thanks, real pleasure to be here.
I'm sorry I didn't get in touch with you sooner, but your briefing's been canceled.
Must be some mistake. I was assured that I would have an audience with the Joint Chiefs.
It appears there was a conflict in scheduling, and...
And again, they're not going to listen to him, so that's what happens.
Closed ranks and shut him out. Van resigned. His military career was ruined.
When you go against the accepted or popular narrative, you are silenced.
Had no career. He was an outcast, a man whose dark past had denied him the general stars he thought he deserved.
That doesn't always happen, but it often does.
Don't tell me, don't lie to me. I know where you were.
Wait a minute, honey. Come on.
To hell with this.
Honey, wait.
You are a liar, you are a goddamn cheat, and you will never change.
Don't do this.
You know,
Don't do this
I'm
now.
finished. I'm so sick of putting up this front for you, for your career. Your career! You screwed yourself out of your career years ago. We are gonna do something, or I am out of here.
Come in, Mrs. Van. I think we've made some progress here.
Good.
Your husband has been quite forthright about his lapses. If I could just explain something. Often when military men get put in pressure situations, they find themselves in a difficult position. They see sex as a kind of an outlet. It's a release. It's almost unconscious, you might say.
I thought we came here to be honest with each other.
I am being honest.
Hopefully Hollywood will see this and they'll hire me and they'll say, "Hey Andres, yeah, that was a good fan edit you made. Come work for us." That's what so many creators want, right? But actually, one thing I don't like about Hollywood now is that a lot of people in Hollywood, most infamously Sean Penn, whose alcoholism has destroyed his brain to the point where he cannot form a coherent sentence. He supports the American war effort in Ukraine.
To lie for him.
And as I'm saying this, the war in Ukraine is escalating. Poland and Slovakia are going to give Ukraine MiG fighter jets, which the Ukrainians already know how to fly. They don't need to be trained to use the MiG fighter jets. They need to be trained to use American, English, and German tanks that they're being given, but the fighter jets that they're getting from Poland and Slovakia, the Ukrainians already know how to fly. Ukraine could be bad. It could get bad. And Vietnam, again, another reason I made this fan edit, Vietnam is just so relevant.
I can't do this. Just tell me what it'll take to make you stay.
I want a life for us. I don't want to be warehoused in some army base.
You got it.
These details, look in the background, this makes for good filmmaking. These old cars driving back and forth, parked in the background, adds to the detail. It's good filmmaking. It's hard to be a director. You've got to be really detail-oriented, and you've got to have the big picture. And you need technical skills also. It's not easy to be a movie director or to be a good movie director. And you have to be collaborative at the same time.
Hey, I want to hear that.
DM comes to an end in a wave of violence. A few days before the army revolt, these pictures showed a man who seemed to have no premonition of the horrible death he was to meet.
Oh, I love this song.
Gone for soldiers, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the soldiers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the soldiers gone? A long, long.
We interrupt this program for an important news flash.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy, President of the United States, shot by an assassin as he drove through the streets of Dallas, Texas.
And President John F. Kennedy, who we saw earlier in the black and white montage that opened this fan edit, we are now at the point where he has been assassinated.
He's saying goodbye to his daddy.
One last time.
Now this part of the fan edit is going to switch the next movie, which involves President Johnson.
Renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas in the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the...
Now, Gulf of Tonkin was a lie, another lie. Most of the weapons found on Gulf of Tonkin, which were used, were actually American weapons. So again, it's just a big lie. It was just a lie used to justify escalating the U.S. war effort in Vietnam. And another reason I made this fan edit is because it shows what's going on the ground with John Van, and also at the highest levels of government in the U.S., specifically the White House and the president. And this is a nice transition. There's the movie, Path to War. So this is a nice opening, but also a transition because we're going to see a lot of different characters, which you'll see throughout this movie / fan edit. So that's Michael Gambon, a Brit. I think he's English, playing an American president. There's Alec Baldwin playing the infamous Bob McNamara. Alec Baldwin, he's the greatest actor ever. He's president of the Film Actors Guild. That's a joke. If you get the joke, mention it in the comments.
A good time, George. Great night, Mr. President. What a night.
And there's George Ball, one of my favorite characters in this movie. He's got so many great lines. He's played by an actor whose name I forget, but who's famous for the old comedy Animal House, and probably most famous for the TV show MacGyver. He didn't play MacGyver, he played MacGyver's friend. And I'm talking about the original MacGyver with Richard Dean Anderson. I have never ever seen the new MacGyver, so I can't comment on it. That's Dick Goodwin, that young man. That's Donald Sutherland. Well, that's the name of the actor. The young man earlier, his name was Dick Goodwin. He's President Johnson's speechwriter. I forget the name of the first song, but the song that they're playing now, I think it's called the Presidential March, but you play it specifically for the president. Senator Dirksen. Now the president has just whispered into this person's ear, and this person with the glasses is going to whisper into the older person with the glasses ear. The younger person with the glasses, that's Bill Moyers, Johnson's press secretary. And Bill Moyers would eventually go on to have his own career as a journalist. He had a TV show called Moyers and Company. I don't know if he's still alive, but I would watch it. I like that show, Moyers and Company. I'm a news and politics junkie and a history junkie, and that's why I also made this fan edit. And again, that was Donald Sutherland. We just saw again.
One thing I can say about the Great Society, it sure is crowded.
Up all night writing this one, Dick?
This is one speech I'll gladly disavow.
And in this movie, in the fan edit, Johnson talks about the Great Society and the war on poverty.
Secretary of Defense.
And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment.
Outrageous!
Well, I'll just mention it now. The president here is about to say that Bob McNamara is very humane. And that compliment will come back to haunt Bob McNamara later in this movie. So anyway, what is the Great Society? What is the War on Poverty? The Great Society and the War on Poverty were started by Lyndon Johnson, and all of these laws and bills where he wanted to make America better. More education, more health care, more civil rights. And that is in the tradition of the Square Deal and the New Deal. The Square Deal happened around the turn of the century under then President Theodore Roosevelt, more helping ordinary people and poor people, more education, more health care. And then Theodore's cousin, Franklin Roosevelt, during the Great Depression, 30 years after the Square Deal, he had a bunch of laws called the New Deal, which was, again, to help people who are poor, ordinary working people, more education, more health care. And now they're playing this song, The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You. I think that's the name of the song, because that's where Johnson was from. He was from Texas. Quite the opposite with John F. Kennedy. The Kennedys were Yankees through and through, from Boston, Irish-American Catholics from Boston. By contrast, Johnson is a Southerner, Protestant from Texas.
Watch Broken Jack.
Comment it.
I mean, what?
The applause.
Perhaps that's why he chose Johnson to help as his running mate. John F. Kennedy probably chose Johnson to appeal to Southern voters. It was an idealistic time. John F. Kennedy represented to so many people idealism, progress, the youth. The future was going to look good. We were going to have more healthcare, more education, more civil rights. Then he was assassinated, and then Johnson comes along, gives this very good speech, and is continuing the progress and the hope that Kennedy represented.
Neighbors must not suffer and die untended. In a great land of learning and scholars, young people must be taught to read.
Bit more volume?
Very few politicians talk like this anymore and inspire people like this in America. Obama certainly inspired a lot of people. Bernie Sanders certainly inspired a lot of people. Bernie Sanders never became president, and whatever you think of either Bernie or Obama, they both did represent hope, change, progress, more education, more healthcare, more rights.
I have vigilantly fought against it. I have learned.
Yeah, Goodwin wrote maybe worded too. Great being one, society the other.
Smart son of a bitch got that out of a book. Before this generation.
Now listen to me, Ev.
And listen well. You're a good friend. I don't want to see you retire prematurely. But as this reception plainly shows you, the American people ain't going to stand for you fellas on the other side of the aisle dragging your feet in any of my programs. Now, FDR passed a handful of bills in his first 100 days. I'm going to pass a bucketful. Poverty, education, health care. And I'm going to finish what I started on civil rights, too. I'm telling you, Jim Crow put a...
Behind Johnson is a portrait of Andrew Jackson, a real a-hole. He was president of the United States. He kicked the Cherokee off their land in Trail of Tears. And the genocide against indigenous Americans continues to this day. We saw it at Standing Rock. And actually, as I say this, there was a recent train derailment that spilled diesel fuel onto a Native American reservation. Great. Now, Johnson also said FDR passed a handful of bills in his first 100 days. I'm going to pass a bucketful. That's where we get that from. We always are asking, how many bills is the president? With every new president, we always wonder, what are they going to do in their first 100 days? And the reason why we say that is because FDR started that tradition of doing a lot in his first 100 days. So that's why we always wonder what the president is going to do in his first 100 days. And after his first 100 days, we kind of tend to ask, okay, what has he done so far?
Democracy rests on faith. Freedom has more to give. The judgment of God is hard.
It was a wonderful speech, full of such hope and promise. Dick Goodwin asked what I thought, and I told him it was a magnificent job. And you delivered it so very well.
I got it.
Yes, you did.
And now we're going to get back into the Vietnam War
9 p.m.
and the real numbers crunching. By the way, and this here, you can see this is green screen or blue screen. They didn't obviously fill Washington, D.C. with old cars and movie cameras. But I think it was John Frankenheimer, the director of this film, who said he really wanted to pay attention to detail. He didn't want historians to say, hey, that room doesn't look that way. You know. So again, to be a director, you've got to have the big picture, you've got to have the details, and you've got to have the technical skills as well, and you have to be collaborative. You have to work on a team.
The situation in Vietnam is continuing to deteriorate. We've been able to keep the noise level down since your campaign, but my guess is you'll be faced with a tough decision.
Again, here we go, the numbers, which is very important.
33 million under the poverty line. I can't have Congress distracted. Now, how's you, Bob?
Very soon, Mr. President. I hate to have to report this to you, but Max Taylor says here that Viet Cong enlistment is increasing rapidly, and that Saigon can't continue much longer to provide security for our advisors down there and fight an insurgency at the same time.
Why not? How many men does South Vietnam have out there fighting?
200,000. VC have about 34,000.
Well, how the hell can 34,000 lick 200,000?
Well, historically, a 10-to-1 ratio minimum is required for a guerrilla situation, and there's no way that South Vietnam could achieve that on their own. Now, we've kept our powder dry through the elections and the holidays.
And that 10-to-1 ratio that McNamara mentioned is going to become important later.
2 at our Saigon officers' quarters, and scores wounded with no retaliation from us whatsoever. Now, Wheeler, the other chiefs, Westmoreland, are fit to be tied, as you know. And now this from Ambassador Taylor. You might send Mac Bundy to Saigon to have a talk with him. I'd make another trip myself, but I'm in the middle of the defense budget right now.
I don't want to see the word Vietnam in that damn budget.
Well, you know I'd do that if I could. In fact, it's becoming increasingly difficult to conceal.
Bob, all I want to know is this. What's it going to take to get Ho Chi Minh to quit? That's all I want to know.
Mr. President, it's clear to me now that the answer is sustained military action in the air. And if that doesn't work, on the ground. This is the decision you are going to have to face, Mr. President. And as I said, very soon, I'm afraid.
Keep me up to date, Bob. Turn that thing off.
Yes, sir.
This Medicare speech is shit. Cut out the gobbledygook and sex it up.
Maybe Goodwin ought to take a crack at it.
Goodwin's got 3 months of assignments.
Oh, I just put the last of those on your desk, Mr. President. I'd be glad to.
And that picture, of course, in the background is George Washington, the first president of the United States. There it is again.
Jack, I want you to tell him to stop taking credit for every goddamn word I say.
Absolutely, Mr. President.
All right.
And that's a good line.
I'll get to him. Schedule me your haircut.
Surely.
And see.
Yeah, I'm really going to be silent for large parts of this commentary just because I feel like this fan edit really speaks for itself. So many scenes.
Actually, Lenin took it better than I did. I was quite surprised.
Well, both you and Daddy changed your religions.
From one Protestant denomination to another. It was a matter of convenience and schooling.
Well, I don't think religion should be a matter of convenience.
And this is a private matter, Lucy.
And these women here, this is Mrs. Johnson at the head of the table and her 2 daughters with the dark hair sitting at the table. And the blonde woman, I'll talk about her later. She is the wife of Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland, of course, is this actor who is talking to President Johnson right now.
I don't have the qualifications to be CIA director.
I decide the qualifications. You had all the qualifications to be Attorney General, didn't you? To succeed Bobby Kennedy? Yeah, there I am stuck with a friend of his, Katzenbach.
He's excellent.
Well, all right.
There was another British actor who played Nixon in the movie Nixon, which was directed by Oliver Stone, and that British actor was played by Anthony Hopkins.
Policy, Mr. President, not for...
And we'll talk about, it's kind of funny, British actors playing American presidents. But anyway, we'll talk about Nixon when we get to Nixon, because we're going to get to Nixon later.
Well, that's what 5% came to.
Well, hell then, before you can afford to take a hiatus from all this money making. Come serve your president.
I don't think you need an attorney, old friend. I think you need a magician.
Magician?
Yeah. Someone who can make a small corner of Southeast Asia disappear.
President Kennedy did not lose South Vietnam, and I'm not going to lose South Vietnam. I kept all these people on. He assured me he was determined to stick it out. Now, that little son of a bitch, Bobby's just hovering to swoop down and reclaim the mantle if I fail. He'll hang me from my left bowl. Goldwater hang me from my right.
That is complete nonsense.
Now, who Johnson is talking about is Bobby Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's brother. So already there's talk about Bobby Kennedy running for president to replace his brother.
Daddy, would you like some dessert? Are you on your diet?
The Kennedys were very important in American history, that entire family. John F. Kennedy's grandfather, I don't know if he was the Kennedy grandfather or not, but he was they were nouveau riche. That is to say, they did not come from old money, from generations of wealth, but he got rich, in his case, in the liquor business and in bars and in Boston. And he also got involved in politics in Boston. So the father of John F. Kennedy, Joseph P. Kennedy, was an American ambassador. When World War II broke out, sadly, Joseph Kennedy's oldest son was killed while serving in the military. He was not killed in combat. He was killed in an accident. And then John F. Kennedy, who became president, was assassinated. And then later we will see Bobby Kennedy was also assassinated. And Ted Kennedy, the fourth and final Kennedy brother, could have run for president, but he was involved in this scandal with a woman who was not his wife, and he remained Senator Kennedy for the rest of his life and passed away in the decade of between 2000 and 2010.
Polls build for him. Hell,
By the way, what do we call that decade? The aughts, the zeros? I don't know. But anyway, so sadly, all four Kennedy brothers have died. And John F. Kennedy's son died in a plane crash. So it's quite sad. There's a lot of tragedy in that family.
and be on the outside, you could take a fresh look.
Do everything I can to help.
Yeah, except come work for me. Yeah. Hey, what about the Supreme Court? What if a seat opens up?
I'm an advocate. I'm not a judge.
Yeah, Clark, you're a hick lawyer from Missouri.
Well, I may be a hick lawyer from Missouri, but as you yourself pointed out, I haven't made Missouri wages for a long, long time.
You know, I ran saying I was for peace. Now, sure as hell, they're telling me I gotta do what I said I wasn't gonna do. What Goldwater was gonna do.
And just really quickly, I like that line where Johnson tells Clark, "You're just a hick lawyer from Missouri." And Clark says, "Well, as you pointed out, I haven't made Missouri wages for a long time." Because Clark just made $1 million in his job as a lawyer. There was some kind of legal or lawsuit thing he was involved in. And as his attorney fees, he got $1 million.
I swear, I think he was only half joking.
Clark?
And if you listen to his wife, I don't know why she sounds that way. Maybe that's a particularly Missouri accent. Now that's that calendar you just saw. John F. Kennedy, Jackie Kennedy, Alec Baldwin. Jackie Kennedy was also a symbol of beauty. John F. Kennedy was also a symbol of handsomeness, also a symbol of masculine beauty. Jackie Kennedy was a symbol of feminine beauty. The Kennedys, for whatever their flaws, they had the optics down. I mean, they really had the optics.
Sorry, Bob. Must be pretty damn bad to keep you at home.
Let's just call it the Hanoi flu. What the hell's going on here?
General.
2 Corps headquarters at Pleiku. Viet Cong cut through the wire. Blew up our advisors' barracks, planes, choppers on the runway, and Camp Holloway.
Casualty report.
More of the same.
And sadly, the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, he's also an Irish Catholic. And his son, he has more than one son, but one of his sons actually also died. That's kind of a stereotype of Irish American Catholics, is that tragedy tends to strike Irish American Catholic families.
Visit with a decision on bombing.
Viet Cong agents in Saigon government probably leaked it out.
And knowing this, look what they did, Bob. They blew up 128 people just to thumb their noses at us. Now, what the hell?
So, of course, in that picture we saw, that was John F. Kennedy and Jackie Kennedy, and they just photoshopped or put in Alec Baldwin there instead of the real Bob McNamara.
In North Vietnam, about 6,000 troops based there, an isolated facility with minimal civilian support.
What are expected casualties?
3,600 troops, roughly 40 civilians.
How'd you come up with these numbers?
I love movies like this where men in suits and ties, they talk about important things, and here they're talking about important things. This is General Earl Wheeler. They call him Bus. That's a nickname. I don't know where that comes from, but they call him Bus. B-U-S. Like take the bus to school. Take the bus to work.
And if they go in now, it'd be like sending in a widow woman to slap Jack Dempsey.
Sir, we doubt Hanoi was slapped back.
Didn't MacArthur say the same thing when me and Chinese poured into Korea? What does State think of this?
The risk of inaction means more aggression.
Now, what Johnson just talked about then is that in the Korean War, right after World War II, Douglas MacArthur was close to winning, or that's what it looked like, but then China sent in 1 million troops, and he didn't expect that to happen. China sent in those troops to support North Korea.
Strengthens it. We've seen
So that war, the Korean War, didn't go exactly as the U.S. planned.
If we didn't lay down to Hitler at Munich, and if we lay down now, it'll be the same thing again. An open invitation to more of their aggression.
Mr. President, what we're proposing with Rolling Thunder is a strictly limited program of sustained retaliation. Moving north.
Now, I love this scene. I hate to talk over it, but George Ball is talking about how bombing alone isn't going to work. And then Johnson makes the comparison to World War II.
Korea 15 years ago are flimsy at best, Mr. President.
You are absolutely right. China has atomic weapons now. They tested their first bomb 4 months ago. It was no dud. We have no idea what will set them off.
I don't understand.
And that's the problem. Part of the problem is that all these intelligent people, remember when Johnson said that I've got all these intelligent people working for me at the inaugural ball.
We can take China out in 17 minutes. They'd be crazy to take us on.
And that is such an insane line, what Bus just said. We can take China out in 17 minutes. Wow, the insanity, like the destruction, the death that we are all capable of, that humanity is capable of.
Air Force will be launching
You know, before the Ukraine war broke out, the biggest issue on the planet was, of course, climate change. And I'm currently reading the climate book by Greta Thunberg. But then Ukraine is now, in my opinion, the most important issue on planet Earth right now, because if that war goes nuclear, that's it. We're all dead.
This is precisely my...
And George Ball, some of the best lines in this whole fan edit. Oh, if only we had listened to him and gotten out of Vietnam at this point without increasing the bombing. But Johnson made the comparison to World War II, and that's what everybody always does. Ho Chi Minh is the new Hitler. Saddam Hussein is the new Hitler. Putin is the new Hitler. It's World War II again, everybody. We've got to fight it. And it's not. It's not. World War II ended in 1945. It's almost 2025. It's 2023. 80 years ago, almost a century ago. And we've just, that's another reason I made this fan edit. We have to stop thinking that it's World War II, that it's the Cold War. It's not. We have to stop fighting wars. War is never the answer. War is the real enemy. We have to work together to fight climate change and to lift everyone on this planet out of poverty.
And I'm signing off on every target. You're not going to bomb the smallest outhouse without checking with me. You understand, General?
We understand, Mr. President.
And if you agree with everything I just said, or even if you don't, please subscribe to Risky Edges, turn on bell notifications, like, comment, share. Please help me grow this channel. You know, if I really wanted to have a big YouTube channel quickly, I could have, I'm a US citizen and I live in the Philippines right now. I could have just made another travel vlog, get a lot of subscribers. Or I could have been another angry person on the internet saying, oh my gosh, you know, these people and those people and that thing, this, that, and the other, it's destroying Western civilization and, you know, angry, blah, 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 blah. I could have done that, but I wanted to make a YouTube channel filled with content that, one, is interesting to me, and two, is also intellectual.
About 90 minutes, sir. We should have word shortly.
I know a lot of people say that movies are too escapist and have too much spectacle, and I would agree. I think we're entertaining each other too much. We need to think more. We need to read more.
What happened?
It's monsoon season there, sir.
Are they going or aren't they going? You find out what the hell's going on, you call me. Get the White House operator and push it through.
You want me to wake you, sir?
You won't wake me. Why are you up?
Word for you.
Those planes should have been back hours ago. What's that?
It's a letter from a friend complaining about junkyards. She says here, They're all up and down the highway now. Through Dallas to San Antonio, Houston. to
Right on
Austin.
the highway or away where people can't see?
No, right along the road, defiling the countryside through Waxahachie and Hillborough and lovely San Marcos, where you went to school. Oh, love. Don't. Love.
Yes, Mr. President.
What are you doing about junkyards on highways?
What?
Junkyards! Well, I'm sending something over to your office right now. You jump in your car and your jammies, you might even bait it. Yes?
I spoke with Honolulu. They're cabling now. The planes are back. The primary was hit.
All the planes, they all get back?
No, sir, I'm afraid we did lose one plane.
What about the pilot?
Well, he went down at sea. Search and rescue is looking for him now, but I'm afraid it's not looking very good. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, thank you, Mo.
Good night, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President?
I'm sorry.
Put this on Moyer's desk.
Yes, sir.
We lost a pilot.
Sweetheart. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, I'm so sorry.
This isn't about junkyards, is it?
Shit, what time is it? I told Sandra I'd be home before 1. She didn't call. That's not a good sign. Why are you? You coming or going?
That's an old movie trick. You see him lighting the cigarette, then it cuts away from him, goes back to him. Then the cigar, not the cigarette, the cigar is smoking, so that way the actor doesn't have to actually smoke the cigar.
Not yet. No. Christ, I don't know what to tell the press. We are backing into a war here, for Christ's sake, and it's a war he campaigned against. But now, he talks like he's putting a paddle to Ho Chi Minh's behind.
Well, Johnson's a deal maker. He's the best politician this country's ever seen. He'll find a way out of this.
Sure. He'll just get old Uncle Ho down to the ranch, serve him up some tasty barbecue, and then offer him a dam.
Or a federal judgeship.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Congratulations on getting that education bill out of committee.
You know, it hasn't passed yet, has it? I want all of you up there on the hill day and night. Give me those yays. What is this? Tapioca pudding?
Yes, sir. Would you like it?
Now, voting rights. That's the meat in the coconut. Where do we stand?
At last tally, we are short 50 congressmen, but the Senate...
Stop with the House. Give me the names.
You want me to read the roll, Mr. President? All 435?
From Abbott, Virginia to Zablocki, Wisconsin. Go.
Abbott, Virginia. Nay. Abernathy, Mississippi. Nay.
Where do you think you're going?
Home.
The hell you are. You're going to relieve him when he gives out.
Adair, Indiana. Nay. Adams, Washington. Yay. Adabo, New York. Yay. Albert, Oklahoma. Yay.
Boys, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get voting rights through. Not this.
And that, of course, in the mustache is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., one of the greatest Americans who ever lived, the leader of the civil rights movement, for Black Americans to vote, eat wherever they wanted to, go to the schools that they wanted to. This person, this actor without the mustache, actually was in the Spike Lee movie X, which was about Malcolm X.
The Attorney General Katzenbach here has written a beautiful piece of legislation. You think I want to carry that around in my ass pocket? You see, it's this problem I got in Southeast Asia. The Vietnamese. Them Southerners up on the hill, what are they but another bunch of colored people? And I go up there crawling for more aid. That's a must for Vietnam. Mr. President, old Wilbur Mills will say, you're going to have to raise taxes, declare war, call up the reserves. And by the way, that's going to cost you your war on poverty, your voting rights for Negroes. Just like World War II killed the New Deal, well, there ain't going to be World War III, I promise you. I'm going to nip this in the bud, I am. And as soon as I do, I'll send that bill up and more, I promise you. There will be no delay.
Well, Mr. President, we're going to be down in Selma, marching for the vote, and we expect you'll take notice to what we do down there.
During preparations for Martin Luther King's second attempt to march...
Now you'll listen to the song that they're singing, We Shall Overcome. That was one of the anthems of the civil rights movement, and Johnson is going to mention it in one of his speech, quote it in one of his speeches later.
Concerned about increasing racial violence in Alabama, Governor George Wallace is reportedly preparing a trip to Washington, D.C. to see the president. Meanwhile, demonstrations continue in front of the White House.
Call him off! Well, we didn't organize them, Mr. President.
Call him off! Get out there, both of you! Call him off!
Daddy?
Why, those goddamn agitators wake you?
Oh, I heard you yelling.
Oh, sorry, honey.
Tell you how it can't be done. It's still strange to us, though, how millions of dollars can be spent every day to hold troops in South Vietnam, and our country cannot protect the rights of Negroes in Selma and Marion, Alabama.
And that's a great line, and it's another reason why I made this fan edit.
Goddamn world with a fence around it.
The U.S. is giving billions of dollars to help Ukraine fight Russians, while in the U.S., homelessness is increasing, the number of Americans who have 2 jobs just to pay rent is increasing, and we still don't have health care. Why don't we put those billions of dollars into America, not into Ukraine? And then, of course, you saw Johnson just now say, your friend Bobby Kennedy couldn't give me that advice. Another great line. And look at that, Gary Sinuses. Just kidding, it's Gary Sinise. He's playing the racist governor of Alabama, George Wallace. Gary Sinise actually played the same role in another made-for-TV movie, and then he played the same role in this made-for-TV movie.
I will meet our enemies face to face. I will not surrender.
Mr. President, Wallace is only coming up here in order to placate you. He wants things to get so bad down there that you have to put the troops in.
Then he'll lambaste you for invading his sovereign state, and that's how he'll save himself.
Goddamn runty little bastard. I want his pecker in my pocket.
The thing we have to do, we have to get him to ask for the troops. To say he wants rights, he wants peace, but he just can't control his own people. Make it his failure. That's what we have to do.
In an interview today, Governor Wallace denied that...
So this is not just about war, it's also about politics.
...in routing Negro marchers in Selma.
Call the speaker. Tell him I want to address Congress. On television. That goddamn bill's going up now.
And this is a terrific scene. And by the way, the painting behind Johnson and Wallace right now, that's Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR.
Sit down, Governor. Over here. That's it. Over there. Oh, right in the corner. Corner, Governor. That's it. Hey, Governor. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Mr. President. I want to thank you for agreeing to see me.
Goddamn demonstrators. Keeping Ladybird up, disturbing my daughter's wrist. Turn that thing off.
Subversives, most of them. Communist Party's behind the whole thing.
You know what I do? I send some of them Secret Service boys out there with itching powder. Sprinkling on the back of some of their necks. They drop them signs they're carrying, scratch themselves raw.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna give my people on that.
Better than that, Governor. We ought to go out there. We got all those television cameras. You see those television cameras that got out there?
Yes, sir.
Well, why don't we go out there and we'll turn them cameras around and we'll announce that you decided to register every Negro in Alabama.
Mr. President, as much as I...
Nick, give me one of them Constitutions.
Yes, sir.
Nick's got the Constitutions. Hey, Thank you, Nick. Now, Governor, I'm sure that somewhere in here it says that Negroes have the right to vote.
Yes, Mr. President, and they have the right to vote in Alabama, but it's the county registrars. They under Alabama law, they're independent, and I don't have the power.
George, now don't you shit me about who's got the power in Alabama.
Mr. President.
Now, come on, Governor. You're a persuasive man. Hell, I was watching this morning on all 3 networks. You were attacking me.
I wasn't attacking you, Mr. President. I was attacking the idea.
Idea, hell, you were attacking me, George, and I tell you, you're so damn persuasive, I nearly changed my mind. You have marvelous powers of persuasion, don't you, Governor? Governor Wallace, you and I shouldn't be sitting there thinking about 1965. We ought to be thinking about 1995, when you and I belong in our graves. Now, you got a lot of poor people down there in Alabama, a lot of ignorant people, people who need jobs, people who need a future. You can do a lot for them. In 1995, Governor, what do you want left behind? You want a great big marble monument saying George Wallace, he built, he protected the weak, the poor, the impoverished people of his great state? Or do you want a little piece of scrawny pine laying there in a harsh caliche soil saying George Wallace, he hated? I'm sorry, Governor. I interrupted you.
Terrific scene. That's why I was silent throughout it. That's a terrific scene. Like I said before, sometimes I'm going to be silent through this audio commentary. The silences will be edited out, maybe not. But if the silences are not edited out, and if I am silent, it is again because I enjoy this fan edit so much that I just want to sit back and watch it.
Without some assistance.
By the way, they mentioned 1995. That's when I turned 18. I was born in 77. I graduated from high school in 1995. I'm such a grumpy old man sometimes. You know, I just want to keep rereading the same books and keep rewatching the same movies. I was watching one of my favorite movies the other day, and I won't say which movie it was, but I just could not keep my eyes off it because it was such a good movie. It's a movie that a lot of people like, but we all have those movies and books that we can just return to and keep returning to. Everybody has their own personal tastes, and this is one of the movies that I like to watch and rewatch again. And I like to rewatch this fan edit because, like I said, there are lots of movies about Vietnam, but this one is not the complete story, but it is certainly a complete story. It gives you a nice, big, thorough, detailed picture.
I speak tonight for the dignity of man and the destiny of democracy. There is no Negro problem. There is no Southern problem. There is no Northern problem. There is only an American problem. There is no cause for pride in what has happened in Selma. The cries of pain and the hymns and protests of oppressed people have summoned into convocation all the majesty of this great government. Our mission is at once the oldest and most basic of this country: to right wrong, to do justice, to serve man. This Wednesday, I will send to you a law which will eliminate illegal barriers to the most basic American right, the right to vote. Many of the issues of civil rights are very complex and most difficult. About this, there can and should be no argument. For outside this chamber is the outraged conscience of a nation and the harsh judgment of history. The cause of the American Negro to secure for himself the full blessings of American life must be our cause. Because really, it is all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome.
And there Johnson goes again, or not again, but there he is. Well, yeah, he quoted it twice. One of the civil rights anthems, "We shall overcome." It's very obvious for us now, today in 2023, to think racism is so wrong, segregation is so wrong, Jim Crow is so wrong. Of course, black people should have the right to vote just as white people. But, you know, back then, that's what the civil rights movement was about. Black people weren't allowed to vote, weren't allowed to go to the same schools, same restaurants, mentioning the Cuban Missile Crisis again. But it was an important thing that Johnson did.
But he wants me to know that it's the best speech he ever saw any president give. And that goes back to Lincoln.
Mr. President, Dr. King.
Reverend King. That's kind of you to call. Did you know I was on TV tonight? All right. I'll tell you. Bye. Bye.
You got Arthur Krim online too, sir.
No.
So here's another scene coming up. Again, earlier I said I hope they show this fan edit in high schools, but this story that President Johnson is about to tell is not high school appropriate, but it is college appropriate, because when you're in college, you're an adult. You're over 18.
Good night. Good night, all.
Good night, Mr. Johnson.
Good night. Lucy.
Spring.
Lucy, come with me.
And Mrs. Johnson knows what's coming, which is why she makes sure that Lucy doesn't hear it. Mrs. Johnson was given the nickname Lady Bird Johnson, and I don't know why that is.
And the ground gets warmer. And you can see the steam rising, the sap dripping. And in his pen, there's my prize bull. Now, he is the biggest, best hung bull in the hill. Well, in the spring, that bull gets a hankering for them cows, and he starts pawing the ground and getting restless. So I open up the pen, and he goes down the hill with his pecker hanging hard and swinging. Well, those cows get so goddamn excited, they get more and more moist to receive. And their asses just start quivering.
Now, not only was Johnson known to tell stories like this, but even though he did support civil rights, he also used the N-word quite a bit.
Oh, boys, we had him quivering tonight.
And apparently he was constipated a lot, which shouldn't would bother anybody. And just some quick health advice from Risky Edges with Andres Chang. If you're constipated, just eat more salad. And by salad, I mean raw, green, leafy vegetables, lettuce, iceberg lettuce, romaine lettuce, spinach. Eat lots of fruits too. Eat an apple, a banana, an orange. Make that 2 bananas. If you eat 2 bananas, 1 apple, 1 orange a day, and 1 salad a day, filled with either spinach or iceberg lettuce or romaine lettuce, trust me, going to the bathroom won't be a problem.
The Viet Cong inflicted major casualties in Quang Ngai province. Unofficial sources...
So here we saw U.S. Marines landing in full combat gear, but they were, as the reporter said, greeted by some lovely local ladies. And that's how strange Vietnam was. There's so many surreal images from Vietnam, that being one of them. You know, it was like, it wasn't really a war. I mean, it was a war, but it wasn't a war. It was just so, it's a very difficult time.
Why do they want war with us?
To Ho Chi Minh and the North Vietnamese, this is just a continuation of the war with the French and the Japanese and the Chinese 1,000 years before that. We never should have allowed the French to reclaim their colonies in 45. But we needed them allied with us against the Soviets, and that was their price.
We end up like the French? Great power.
And there we have a little bit of history in the conflict of why the U.S. is there in the first place.
France didn't have the firepower we have.
But the bombing seemed to have no effect.
Well, it appears now that it won't stop them, but it has slowed down their resupply. Hanoi is starting to send down large units, and the more of their men we can tie up with repairing roads and bridges, the fewer they can spare to fight in the south.
What do we have there now?
Well, we've got the 3rd Marines at Da Nang.
Again, this is another thing I like about the movie. It really gets into the details, the numbers, the military strategies. I'll say this now, it's revealed at the end of the movie, but we killed 2 million Vietnamese in the Vietnam War. So we, the United States, we are guilty of genocide against Vietnam.
184,000. And the authority to launch offensive operations under his own command.
The South Vietnamese are useless, Mr. President. They've lost 4 battalions in the last month. Desertions are at record levels. They're losing, and they're losing fast.
I know they're losing. I don't need a Phi Beta Kappa key to know they're losing. Anyone smart enough to pour piss out of a boot knows they're losing.
How many casualties you think we'll take?
We could reach 500 a month by the end of the year if Hanoi hasn't quit by then.
500 a month? You tell Westmoreland he's got the authority. Tell him to get out there and kill Viet Cong. Do whatever he has to do to hold him off. Then you and Wheeler go and see him. And nail him down on what he needs to get this thing over with. Then damn it, let's get it over with.
Here we're going to have another scene with numbers. Very important. These numbers, they're part of the story about how we lost Vietnam, our thinking.
Jesus.
How is it that the smartest people in the room, somebody else said this about Vietnam, these were the smartest people in the room, Bob McNamara and all these other intelligent people, graduates from Harvard, as Johnson said in this earlier in a scene about, in the inaugural ball. He had all these qualified, intelligent people, and yet they messed up Vietnam. How could they do that? It does not matter how smart you are and how experienced you are. You can mess up. You can do something wrong. And in fact, Bob McNamara, I don't know if he's still alive, but later in life, he would say that not only was the Vietnam War wrong, but when we firebombed Tokyo in World War II, that was wrong.
If the communists do not then give up.
And that actor is playing General Westmoreland. And we'll see Westmoreland again, but played by a different actor, because again, I culled this fan edit, put it together from 4 different sources. The 2 biggest sources being Bright Shining Lie, which is about John Van, and The Path to War, which we're watching now, which is about Johnson.
General, that's a marvelous plan, but excessively abstract. I want to see your numbers.
I want to see the percentage of the country you now control and the percentage you intend to control with these 200,000 additional men. I want to see rates of infiltration and interdiction, force ratios in each of the tactical core zones, and enemy casualties in battles fought and in projected battles against these added forces.
More green screens, more blue screens coming up. That's a nice bit of filmmaking there. It's almost like saying, these are the two enemies, these are the two opposing forces, Bob McNamara and George Ball.
I need you here.
More green screens and blue screens. We're coming up on a great scene, so I'm going to be silent because this scene really speaks for itself, and it's so good.
Are lost through bombing or capture. China and Russia will make up with resupply, encouraging a friendly game of I'm more revolutionary than thou. Our intervention will give them a cause over which to unite, when it is in our interest to deepen the breach between them.
But wouldn't we lose credibility throughout the world if we give up as you propose? Wouldn't this be an irreparable blow, George?
A worse blow, Mr. President, would be that the mightiest power in the world is unable to defeat one of the most backward.
With the 71 battalions with Westy's plan, this war is winnable. I say we go in and we get the job done.
But can we get the job done? What if they put their stack in? What makes you think if we put in the numbers you're suggesting that Ho Chi Minh won't match us man for man?
This means greater bodies of men, Mr. President, which will allow us to cream them. Their firepower against ours.
Why does anyone think that they will accommodate us by fighting our kind of war? Their tactics are terror and sniping. They have better access to intelligence.
Again, this is not World War II. And we have to stop thinking that way. Not everything is World War II.
What other road can we go? Negotiations, stopping the bombing? These make us look weak with cup in hand.
Better to lose now than after committing 200,000 men.
I disagree. We have to make a stand here, and if we fail, it could be chalked up to any number of things. Corruption among Saigon's leaders, for instance. Then we can get out. But this government will have stood up to the communists.
But we won't get out, Bob. We will double our bets and get massacred in the rice paddies.
So what's your advice, George?
And that's exactly what happened. If only Johnson had listened to George Ball, if only we got out of Vietnam earlier.
Withdrawal when conditions were unfavorable to him.
Does anyone else here agree with what George is saying? I've asked Clark Clifford to join us. Clark, do you have any comments at this time?
I have a question for General Wheeler.
This is a great conversation. He's going to bring back the 10-to-1 ratio, which was mentioned earlier.
What, in your view, would constitute a victory?
What is the definition of victory in this contest?
Yes.
A military victory in the traditional sense is not what we are seeking. To eliminate every last Viet Cong guerrilla could require as many as 500,000 men in 5 years.
No one's considering those kind of numbers. No one.
Our objective is to reach a stalemate, whereby we are attriting the enemy faster than he can replace his losses. This is the so-called crossover point.
And how many men will this require?
A substantially smaller number, depending on how the North Vietnamese respond.
Well, might they respond by sending in, say, 100,000 troops?
We regard this as unlikely.
Well, this is less than half the men they have under arms.
Well, it's certainly possible. They already have 50,000 men down there.
And to achieve the 10-to-1 superiority, which I understand is barely adequate for conventional forces in a guerrilla situation, how many troops would be required to meet this possible threat?
As I said, this would be unlikely.
1 million troops, is that not correct, General? You see, we would need 1 million men in Vietnam.
Wow, 1 million men in Vietnam. Wow.
Excuse me, Clark. I can't tell you how grateful I am to finally have an ally at the barricades.
Well, it's just what makes sense, George. Not to Bob McNamara, but to me. 1 million men was straight out of your memo of October last year. An impressively persuasive document, in my opinion.
All 67 pages of it? I haven't shown much restraint on the subject, it's true. If he brought you in, it must be because I'm like an old broken record now.
Well, then there'll be two of us. Scratchy and irritating as hell. Good day, George.
Yeah?
The Vista volunteers are here for the pictures, Mr. President.
I'll tell him I'll be out in a minute. And tell Valenti I want to see him right after. I called Mark as soon as I heard you're safe. Cowards.
I really appreciated that. She was pretty shaken up.
Yeah.
She hates when I go over there.
Well, I hate seeing you. All thanks to high heaven. What do you want to tell me in private?
I've managed to keep these Vietnam expenditures under wraps as you requested, but if you decide to move forward with this, it's going to be impossible to keep up the guys indefinitely, and I strongly believe you should present this bill to the American people.
No, absolutely not.
Mr. President, I can't continue to hide these kinds of figures. Phase 1 of Westmoreland's program alone is going to run us $12 billion.
12 billion? I can't ask Congress for $12 billion.
Mr. President.
Garbage will be sure to hell if I go to the Hill asking for that kind of money. I never get another thing out of him again. Now, how much do you trim off that? Bob, I've got my ox in a ditch here. Now, what can you do for me?
If we continue to use the maximum transfer authority from other areas, I could probably cut these figures in half, but we'll still need a big appropriation to carry us through this year.
Yeah, but Westmoreland says if we put the men in, there's a chance they'll quit by year's end, right?
Well, that's certainly what we all hope, but we can't count on it.
Well, just do the number count, will you, Bob? Yeah. Get as low as you can. One more. All right, thank you. Jack, I need a statement for next week. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to use it, but I need it ready.
All right, Mr. President.
You know, Jack, I want war like I want polio. The shooting, the bombing, goes against every bone in my body. You know that better than almost anyone. These young people here, that's what I'm all about. That was me in Cotulla, teaching Mexican kids, living in hovels, treated worse than you treat a dog. But here I start a $1 billion bank from Southeast Asia, free money, and Ho Chi Minh wants no part of it. I could have turned that place into the Tennessee Valley.
Already said he's willing to fight for 20 years.
I know what he says, I know what I say, and I know what I must do, despite what I say. Damn it! I want to leave the footprint of America in Vietnam. Schools, dams, hospitals, bomb craters. That'll be our footprint. That's what I remember me for. Not for health care or civil rights or education. No, sir. It'll be Vietnam, Vietnam, Vietnam. 20 bills I'm trying to get out of committee. And 12 out of 18 working hours every day, my head stuck up that raggedy-ass little fourth-rate country. Doesn't even have the fight to save itself. You get with McNamara. You know what it's got to say. And tell Busby or Goodwin to put the music to it, Jack. Way up.
You didn't ask me that each time.
Trying not to wake you. Got the ringer so low, can't hear it. Got the flashlight. Maybe you ought to sleep in that other room you set up. What happened to that prime rib from the Medicare meeting?
Is that what you want? There's some nice chicken left over from the education lunch.
I saw him put it away.
Oh, darling, you've been so good about your diet that I don't see any point in the middle
I
of the
don't
night.
care about that now. Another hard to take might be the answer to my problems.
All right. You stop that kind of talk, please. I worry enough about your health. I'll fix something for you if you sit down.
All right.
Come on.
All right. I'm sorry, honey.
Lucy met a boy when she went on that Chicago trip with you last week.
What do you mean she met a boy? Why didn't I know about this?
That day, she went to Milwaukee and visited the William Feldsteins. She visited Beth Jenkins Marquette, and Beth had some friends over, all the students there, and among them was this boy. Patrick Nugent is his name. He's Catholic. So Lucy will only date boys who are Catholic now. And she calls him Patty. So I am paying attention. He's just tons, Mother. She said to me that's the new expression. Tons. Move your elbow.
Thank you.
Now, you like the chicken? You remarked on it. I didn't know of it. You might have shown it to me this morning.
I'm woken you again.
Oh.
Like a jackass in a hailstorm. I guess I'll just have to hunker up and take it. I feel like I'm going down on the plane. I can crash with it and burn up, or jump and die. Where we were when I came in, I'd trade back to that. I'd trade back to the damn vice presidency. Get out of this mess.
Clark, the president would like you and your wife to join him at Camp David.
More green screens, more blue screens.
We'd love to, but we have a...
That is so insane. Who gets invited by the president and then declines because you have a prior engagement?
For you.
And who else will be there?
Bob McNamara.
Oh, and of course, the helicopter that carries the President of the United States is called Marine One. The call sign is Marine One. And the giant 747 jumbo jet, or whatever kind of jet it is that carries the president, is called Air Force One.
Hello, Marty. Welcome.
Hey, Bob.
Mr. McNamara, I'd like you to meet my friend, Pat Nugent.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
Pleasure. My wife, Marg.
Afternoon, ma'am.
you.
Air National Guard, where are you stationed?
I'll be at Andrews with the 113th, sir, but down to San Antonio first for basic.
Lackland Air Force Base, sure. Used to call it Kelly back in 42 when I was going around helping to build an Air Force in this country. You know, we only had a handful of planes when the Japanese attacked us, spread all over the country.
Is that right?
And Hap Arnold knew the name of every one of them.
Well, I got some Hap Arnold stories for you. Hey. Sorry. We'll leave everything tomorrow. We're talking morning.
I look forward to it.
Come on in.
Hey, now what? That the best minds of our administration.
I earlier said that I love how this movie, in this fan edit, is about men in suits and ties talking about important things, and their wives also advise them and help them, and they want to bounce ideas off their wives, ask their wives for advice, their thoughts. But, you know, and that's how it's always been, you know, not just with your spouse or your romantic relations, or also with your friends. You know, you may come home from work one day and talk to your spouse or your significant other, or to your special someone, or to just your friend or friends, like you all might go out to dinner or a drink or something after work, and then you tell everybody, hey, you're basically telling everybody, hey, listen, something at work happened to me today. It has nothing to do with any of you because none of you are my coworkers, but this happened or that happened, and what do you guys think about that? And, you know, we do that all the time.
So, these are the numbers. Now, you will not be held accountable for anything that has happened up to this point. In fact, you will be admired for the noble attempt you have made to honor your predecessor's commitment, a commitment that has been exploited by that corrupt and self-destructive regime in South Vietnam. The bombing might have worked, but it hasn't. And to make it work, you would have to resort to unconscionable measures that would make you a hero to those in this country you disdain, and a criminal to those you have sought all your life to assist, the young and the poor, who are the ones who will have to fight this war. This is not the last inning in the struggle against communism. We must pick those spots where the stakes are highest for us and where we hold the cards that'll give us the greatest opportunity to prevail. Ho Chi Minh told the French, he said, "You will kill 10 of my men, and I will kill only 1 of yours, but in the end, it is you who will tire." And they did. And 11 years ago at Dien Bien Phu, they just couldn't do it anymore. The North Vietnamese lost 500,000 in their war against the French, and they did not tire. And they will not tire now. Not after you commit 100,000, not after you commit 500,000. And if you do not win decisively after a big buildup, it will be a huge catastrophe. It will destroy the American people's faith in you, in the Democratic Party, in their government for years to come. Now, you have always stressed the economic and social dimensions of world problems. And in this, you are unrivaled. You have a unique opportunity here to address this problem economically and socially. Not by war, not by killing people, but by helping them, here and there. This is a year of minimum political risk for you, Mr. President. You were elected by the largest landslide in our history. The reactionary elements of this society will not soon recover. I foresee little erosion of your prestige and power if we cut our losses and get out of Vietnam. But I foresee nothing but disaster for you and this country if we don't. If we escalate this war, I believe it will ruin us. And I believe it will ruin you and all the great good you have sought to do.
Shit. It's a hot one already.
You wish you were back in Texas, Mr. President?
Fellas, right now, I'd rather be on the moon. Okay, Bob.
Mr. President, Clark has suggested that the stakes aren't there in Vietnam. This is damn shocking. Here are the stakes. Number 1, national security. If we back down in Vietnam, it will only be a matter of time before we have to go in someplace else. 2, the commitments we've made and the price of breaking them. And 3, our prestige before the world. Could the stakes be any higher? To elaborate on point 1, if we withdraw, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Burma will fall. But the ripple effect will be far greater, with communist agitation increasing in Africa, India, even Japan. We will have to give up some bases. Pakistan will move closer to China. Point 2, our pledge is a pillar of...
Now, what he just said, McNamara, never happened. We did get out of Vietnam, and all of Asia did not become communist. Now, some, including Bill Maher, would say it was good that we stayed in Vietnam as long as we did, but I would very much disagree with that. I mean, when we left Vietnam, the country was war-weary. That would have been a good time for North Korea to invade South Korea. It would have been a good time for China to invade Taiwan. None of that happened. So it's just Johnson should have listened to George Ball in the beginning when George Ball told him not to bomb, not to escalate from the beginning.
Sorties a month in the South. Tactical airstrikes must be supplemented by increased B-52 bombing of VC base areas. Now, to elaborate. Clark, I think you scored some terrific points in there. I'm so glad you were arguing the other side.
Bob, you believed what you said to the president. You're certain we can win.
Well, I sure hope there's no mistaking my confidence on the president's part.
Well, that's not what I'm asking.
Clark, I've seen the charts, I've run the numbers. Everything else is soft speculation.
I had dinner with President Kennedy just after the missile crisis. And he told me that if it had not been for you keeping your head facing down the chiefs, thinking clearly, we might not be alive today. Now, there were no charts or numbers then, just judgment. You're telling me that it is your judgment that this is the best course of action for this country, for this president.
I can only give my best advice. That's what I did for Jack Kennedy. It's what I'm doing now. I'll see you at dinner, Clark.
You want to stop somewhere and talk about it?
I'm all talked out, honey. Nothing but talk. At some point, the talking's got to end. God help us when the talking ends.
Lyndon, oh.
100 PhDs among them, 10,000 IQ points, and I can't get an answer I can sit with. And if it turns bad, they'll say this wouldn't happen under Jack Kennedy. No, sir. He said he'd do no wrong. He leaves 1,000 on the beach in Cuba, and his numbers go up.
Very soon, Lady Bird Johnson will say, have you ever considered the shoes I've had to fill? And, you know, Johnson and Mrs. Johnson, they had big shoes to fill because JFK and Jackie Kennedy, they both represented, like I said, beauty, progress, hope.
What do you think of crashing through that damn gate and driving back to Texas?
Now you know you'd get no argument from me.
You hate it that much?
Have you ever considered the shoes I've had to fill? She didn't die with him.
Oh, he didn't die. He's more alive than ever. But his half-sized brother was wanting to have his brains, and the 10th his scruples ate his heart out and took in his spirit, as sure as he was out of some engine story. And me, I'd be President What's-His-Name, who came between the two. The president who lost America its first war. Why must young Americans, born into a land exultant with hope and with golden promises, toil and suffer, and sometimes die in such a remote and distant place as Vietnam? It is because in the fight for freedom, the American people have learned that retreat does not bring safety, and weakness does not bring peace. If we are driven from the field in Vietnam, then no nation can ever again have the same confidence in American promises or in American protection. We did not choose to be the guardians at the gate, but there is no one else. Nor would surrender in Vietnam bring peace, because we learned from Hitler at Munich that success only feeds the appetite of aggression.
There it goes again, the World War II analogies. It's not World War II.
What more?
And you know, I made a short on this channel about Godwin's Law. What is Godwin's Law? Godwin's Law is the first person to bring up Hitler in an argument, or call somebody Hitler in an argument, or bring up Nazis in an argument, or call someone a Nazi in an argument. They lose the argument. That's Godwin's Law. And it's just not World War II. We gotta stop going back to that. And we've always said that, you know, oh, Ho Chi Minh, he's the new Hitler. Saddam Hussein, he's the new Hitler. And now Putin is the new Hitler. And we've got to stop Putin before he does worse. And it's just more lies.
I think I know how their mothers weep and their families sorrow.
Mr. Secretary, Senator Morse has been calling Vietnam McNamara's war. What is your reaction?
This is a war of the United
This is, of course, the TV show Meet the Press. It was around back then. It still is around. Sunday mornings, I think. Now there are a whole bunch of Sunday morning news shows.
McNamara's war. I think it's a very important war, one that I'm pleased to be identified with and to do what I can to win it.
Appearing on Meet the Press yesterday, McNamara was asked to comment on Hanoi's claim that some 10,000 civilians have been killed in the bombing, including thousands of women and children.
Some loss of innocent life is unavoidable in an operation such as this. I can tell you that we are taking every possible precaution in choosing targets. The risk of civilian casualties is most assuredly one of several factors considered. So what target are you recommending?
It's a cement factory along a major rail line. General Wheeler feels military value is marginal, but the monsoon has socked in more valuable targets.
What's the output of the facility?
It appears to be small, sir, even by their standards. It couldn't produce enough for them to rely heavily on the output.
Let's give it a C for military value. What's your risk analysis?
Risk to pilots is close to zero. There might be some small arms fire, but recon shows no anti-aircraft emplacements.
No MiGs in the area?
Well, they'll be protecting more valuable targets and probably won't risk losing them defending this one. Depending on cloud cover, we may have to come in low enough to be in range of small arms, but this is a small risk.
Give it an A for risk to pilots and aircraft. What's your flashpoint analysis?
The target is more than 20 miles outside Hanoi, so there's little risk of provoking China or Russia.
Kosygin or Mao won't be down there touring the factory that day, will they? This isn't one of Russia or China's friendship projects.
A gift from the motherland?
Well, if I were Ho Chi Minh, I would have returned this gift. Of course, catching one of them there might have been a nice bonus for us.
Thanks, but I've already been to the brink of nuclear annihilation, and I'm not eager to go back. Give it an A for flashpoint risk. Next, what about civilians?
We're clear of residential, except for one row of hooches behind the facility.
So what are these, houses or storage shacks or what?
Well, we can't be sure. Most likely the factory managers and their families live there.
I'm not too familiar with Southeast Asian home construction, sir.
We could certainly use someone who knows something about Vietnamese culture around here. So what's the outside number of civilians?
Well, 4 hooches this size, we use 6 per, so 24.
24 for a target this size? That seems high.
That's how we figure it, sir.
I mean, that seems a high number to lose for a target like this. Give it a D for civilian casualties. Let's see what we've got. C, A, D. Let's give it a solid C+ and put it before the president. All right, what's next?
Jesus, there's a guy on the wall at the river entrance!
Hey, wait a minute! Stop!
Another thing, back then everybody's smoking everywhere. Smoking indoors, it's just what everybody did, one of the things everybody did back then.
Please, the baby! No!
How horrible, my goodness.
Yes, Mr. President.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, sir.
You can come down now. Yes, Dick?
Mr. President, as Bill Moyes told you, I've been offered a fellowship at Wesleyan University in Connecticut.
Well, good for you. That ain't easy to get.
No, I'm very fortunate.
Well, don't wait too long to turn them down, so they can call the next guy on the list.
Mr. President, I have already accepted.
No problem. You didn't know you weren't free to go? Call them up, put me on, give you any trouble.
What do you mean I'm not free to go?
I mean, you can't go. I can't get along without you. That makes you a pretty big fella. How big a fella are you going to be with some fellowship?
Well, you got along without me before I came.
You want more money? I got plenty of money. I'll arrange a payment from the Johnson Foundation.
Money isn't the issue, Mr. President. This is something that I want to do.
What ain't it going to be? So, make your call.
Mr. President, I'm very sorry.
Now, Dick, you either stay here with me, or you go over to the Pentagon and get yourself a pair of shiny black boots. There's a statute. I asked McNamara. It says we can draft specialists vital to the national interest, and that's what I'll do. If you won't serve here, you know where I can send you.
You made me a general?
Oh, you won't want to be a general. You want to be a private, Marine infantry. That's where the action is. I know you like to be around the action. That's why you stayed here so long. You listen to me, Dick. You go ahead and take your fellowship. But your hands are all over this. You and Moyers and Bundy and everybody else talking about jumping ship. But most of all, you. You put your name all over the Great Society. But you put the tune to those words of war, too.
Now, the following scene is highly informative, so I'm going to be silent through most of it, but it's a highly informative scene. And yeah, I'll just say that. It's highly informative.
An entire generation of North Vietnamese have been born and lived and died in the pursuit of one thing: a united Vietnam under communist rule. The North Vietnamese have never known anything but war. At CIA, we've just completed a study of their staggering recuperative abilities. Bridges. This one was knocked out in a morning raid. 2 hours later, some bamboo planks across a bunch of wooden canal boats, and there's foot traffic again. By 3 p.m., it's a pontoon bridge, strong enough for a fully loaded truck. A bomb knocks out a rail line. They call up the bicycle brigades. 500 men and women, some as old as 70 or 75, put the cargo on their bikes. Each one balances up to a 600-pound load across the frame. They wheel it across a jerry-rigged bridge to another train waiting to move it on south. Filling a bomb crater to make a road passable again. That's as routine to a school kid there as getting a malt down at the corner shop here. It's a first date.
They have a brand of cigarettes, Mr. President, called Dien Bien Phu. That's their Yorktown, their Waterloo, where they defeated the French in '54.
Reminders of war are in the most casual moments of daily life. In a smoke, Mr. President. They're heroes. The kid who was put to death for trying to assassinate Secretary McNamara last year in Saigon. There's a song about him. It's a top 10 hit.
And Norman Morrison. Norman Morrison was the Quaker who burned himself to death in front of the Pentagon last month. A great hero. Hanoi just issued a postage stamp. Thank you, John. Thank you, Scott.
A great hero. He almost took his one-year-old daughter with him, a baby. It's a miracle she was unharmed. Man was disturbed. 3 young children are fatherless. Hero. So, what do we do?
President, the most strategic targets in North Vietnam remain intact because Hanoi and Haiphong continue to be off limits. We're not hitting their oil supply, major power plants, rail links to China. We're not mining the ports, hitting the dikes.
CIA says hitting the dikes will flood the whole damn country. Kill the rice crop. Starve them to death. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And I have one more problem for you, big computer. Ask how long it'll take 500,000 angry Americans to climb that White House wall and lynch their president. He does something like that.
This is why the chiefs and I have been urging for months that we take the next logical step and destroy their oil reserves.
Nothing stopped them yet. Why should that stop them?
That oil goes in trucks, Mr. President. Trucks that carry troops and guns and bullets across the border to kill our men.
They don't need damn trucks. Aren't you watching? They got 100-year-old women hauling crap. What do you want me to do? Kill everybody's grandmother in that place?
Mr. President, Ambassador Dobrynin says that Moscow would try to bring Hanoi to the table if we stopped the bombing for 3 or 4 weeks.
This would be a grave mistake, Mr. President. They'll send down everything they can. Westy's against it, Admiral Sharp, Bob, I know, opposes it, and every one of the chiefs.
Look, the North Vietnamese have 9 regiments down there. We thought they had 3. The VC has more than doubled theirs from 5 to 12, which is twice our buildup. And I just feel that we need to do something before we send another 200,000 men over there.
Yes, Bob. We can try bombing them where it hurts.
The enemy lost over 1,000 in recent fighting, didn't they?
They lost 1,200 in the Air Drang Valley, and we lost 300. It's clear that they're willing to take those kinds of casualties, which is something that we were not counting on.
Some we're not counting on.
Are you now saying that no matter what we do militarily, there's no sure victory?
I believe we may have been overly optimistic about an early end. China, Russia, although they do not want a general war, have stepped up their aid.
Just a moment, gentlemen. The president undertook this program because General Westmoreland was confident we could win. Why are we considering another 200,000 if you now believe victory to be unlikely?
That's my question.
I still believe we can win. But if there is the slightest chance of obtaining a settlement without sending over hundreds of thousands more men and hitting their cities, I think we should do it. Right now, we are incurring significant casualties. If the buildup continues, we may be facing 1,000 per month.
And if Hanoi won't talk, we'll only make our position with the American people stronger, and they'll be more likely to accept these kinds of losses.
We could have 1,000 casualties a month if we do this, Mr. President. It's my job to protect our troops. Every truck, every sampan that gets through means more dead Americans. They'll send out missiles, anti-aircraft guns. It'll set us back a year.
Wait a minute now.
It seems to me that if we're this pessimistic, winning battles yet predicting stalemate just 5 months after going in, we should pause the bombing and see what results.
I'm sorry, George, but I must disagree. If we pause the bombing and it fails, the president will be under irresistible pressure from the right-wing hawks in Congress to bomb Hanoi, to bomb the Red River Dikes. That'll flood the country and create a civilian disaster of such magnitude. I do not believe that North Vietnam will talk until they come to the realization that this will be a stalemate, that they cannot win, and they're not there. Their unrelenting buildup in the South clearly indicates that they believe they can win.
Are you now saying that we have no choice but to continue to match them man for man?
Well, you made that decision, Mr. President. We are there. You have convinced the American people that we should be there. I see no alternative but for you to make your best effort to win.
So here's another scene where, again, the men are talking to their wives for advice or just to vent. And in this case, poor Lady Bird listens to her husband at her own peril.
A diplomat, I don't believe for a minute that Moscow wants peace.
You don't have to take his advice if you believe it will fail.
Don't you know anything? Don't you know if I don't call a bomb and pause, the Kennedys will shout from the mountaintops that the Russians are with a big fat olive branch, and I've snapped it in two, and now I've missed my chance for peace?
Johnson was also known to be an intimidating man who would lean over people and intimidate them almost. A combination of intimidation and persuasion to get what he wanted. Now, I like this scene because if you'll listen to Dick, you'll hear his Boston accent, you know, when Vietnam started. We were both here when this started. And also, Bob McNamara talks about the guy in the portrait, and he foreshadows what's going to happen to himself, Bob McNamara.
Truman's Secretary of Defense. Guy went absolutely nuts.
So basically, this guy, who was Truman's Secretary of Defense, was awarded a medal and then left and then took his own life. And we're going to see what's going to happen to Bob McNamara later.
A couple days later, he jumped out of the 16th floor of Bethesda Naval. Sometimes you can wrestle too much.
Bob, we both came in with Jack Kennedy. We were around when this started.
Vietnam started.
When this started, that Boston accent.
Kennedy, you put in all those so-called advisors, but I can't believe that had he lived, we'd be in this ditch.
You sound like you've been talking to Bobby.
He's your friend. What's he telling you? If you told the president to stop the bombing, he'd stop it.
We have stopped the bombing under my recommendation.
You've paused it. Hanoi knows that you're going to start up again if they don't agree to talk, and they have said 100 times they won't knuckle under to that. Now, if you told the president that you no longer believe the bombing can work...
I never said I believed that.
Bobby says you told him it's not worth a damn.
Well, that's between Bobby and me.
Well, that's between Bobby and me. I have public and private positions. Hillary Clinton.
Peace talks. That's the only way out of this thing now. We've stopped the bombing for 30 days. The brass is ready to hang me, and God, I sure hope Hanoi wants to take the bait, because I just don't think we're going to be able to beat these people. So are you going public with your views?
I'm thinking about it.
Well, you are free to do that now, aren't you?
Is that where it happened?
Yep. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
For 20 days now, we and our South Vietnamese allies have dropped no bombs on North Vietnam. We seek neither territory, nor bases, economic domination, or military alliance in Vietnam. We fight for the principle of self-determination, that the people of South Vietnam should be able to choose their own course, choose it in free elections, without violence, without terror, and without fear. We have said all this, and we have asked and hoped, and we have waited for a response. None has come. I believe that we can continue the Great Society while we fight in Vietnam. Yet there are those who cry out, we must sacrifice. Well, let us rather ask them, who will they sacrifice? Are they going to sacrifice the children who seek the learning? Or the sick who need medical care? Or the families who dwell in squalor, now brightened by the hope of home? Will they sacrifice opportunity for the distressed, the beauty of our land, and the hope of our poor?
Vietnam has been fighting for its independence for 4,000 years. We have defeated the Mongols 3 times, and despite all of his bluster and all of his bombs, Emperor Johnson is not nearly as terrifying as Genghis Khan.
And Ho Chi Minh refers to President Johnson as Emperor Johnson because the United States is an empire, and we have been an empire since the beginning. First, we were part of the British Empire, and then after we gained independence, we stole land from indigenous Americans or Native Americans or Red Americans. And then we stole half of Mexico in the Mexican-American War. And after World War II, we went into South Korea, where we didn't unite the Korean Peninsula. We went into Vietnam, where we lost. We went into Afghanistan, where we lost. We went into Iraq, where we lost. We currently have over 700 military bases all over the world. Some say 800, some say 900, some say 1,000. But when you have that many military bases all over the world, you are an empire. Now, I was talking to this is just an anecdote, but I was talking to this English woman years ago who was living in America. She spoke English with an English accent, and she said, America is not an empire. And I said, what makes America not an empire? She goes, the British Empire was an empire. The American Empire is not an empire. And that doesn't answer my question. You know, why is America not an empire? But you know what? In another conversation I had with this U.S. citizen who was an immigrant from England, who spoke English with an English accent, not an American accent, was upset that there were multilingual materials, I think, at the DMV or at the voting booth or something like that. And she said, this is our country. And it's like, our country? Who is our? The people who only speak English? The white people who only speak English? It's a similar thing. And again, these are anecdotes, but I know this Latino immigrant who speaks fluent English with a thick accent. And this Latino immigrant whose native language is Spanish was upset because the church that she went to started having Mass, she is a Catholic, in Spanish, Masses in Spanish. And it's just in America, we have this fear, this prejudice, this hatred, this animosity, this hostility toward multiculturalism and toward multilingualism. And when you scratch the surface of that, and this is just anecdotal, but in my experience, when you scratch the surface of that kind of rhetoric and that kind of imperialism, you find racism. Getting back to that English immigrant and myself, this was in the US, and this third person were having a talk, and the third person said, oh, I'll bet you this or that or this. You know, we were just bantering like that. And then the English person said to the third person, you wouldn't pay. And it's like, what does she mean by you wouldn't pay? Well, the third person was a black person. So often when you scratch the surface of that kind of rhetoric, you just find flat out racism. So you really do, you know? And racism is mainstream, unfortunately. We've had Nazi marches, KKK marches in the United States in the 21st century. You have libertarians like Rand Paul and Ron Paul who are saying, oh, a restaurant owner should be able to fire all his black employees and not hire black employees and not serve black people because that's their business, that's their right. I mean, it's just nonsense. The Cuban Missile Crisis calendar again.
As always,
Anyway, those were just anecdotes. But I mean, it's, you know, they're all related. War, imperialism, they're not all the same thing, but war, they are connected and they can be connected. War, imperialism, racism, genocide. Like I said, we killed 2 million Vietnamese. That's genocide.
It will be hard for the Russians and the Chinese to take. I'm concerned, as always, about the escalating level of violence, but maybe this will finally satisfy the hawks in Congress. If we have to do it, let's do it now.
You know, George, you remind me of a country school teacher. Ask if he believes the world is flat or round. He says, I can teach it either way. How soon do we go?
It's the same as mine, you know.
I'd just as soon forget about those 13 days.
He had them made at Tiffany's, didn't he?
He gave one to Jackie, too. She joked it's the only thing he ever gave her from there that wasn't ordered straight out of their catalog.
A trying time.
You speak as if it's in the past.
What?
The trying time.
Here comes some great lines from George Ball. Great lines in the movie. By the way, earlier they were using a racial slur at the beginning of this fan edit against Vietnamese, and they were calling them gooks. And actually, gook, that word, my apologies for using it, was originally against specifically Koreans. And then for some reason, they used it against Vietnamese people. I don't know why. But there's also a specific term for Japanese people and for Chinese people, specific derogatory terms. The racism can be quite specific in its terminology.
Socked away enough dough yet?
Oh, no, that's unbecoming of you, George.
The basement office, what?
You know I'd lose my freedom to advise him on his presidency if I took a cabinet post. George, the president wants to get out of Vietnam just as much as you do in principle.
Principle? There's a word that's been tossed about more than a dollar whore in a port of call. How's this for principle? 150 more killed last week. What a waste. You know who said that?
No.
McNamara. To me. For all the principle around here, we're in one hell of a mess, don't you think? Look at him. His wife's got an ulcer. His kid's got an ulcer. Everybody's got Bob McNamara's ulcer but Bob McNamara. Sometimes I think it's all just a goddamn academic exercise to him.
George, you mustn't give up on this, George.
Oh, Christ, Clark. Marty?
George. Good evening, Mr.
Here comes a great scene. I'll just be silent.
Meet Charles Rowley.
Clark Clifford.
Anyone who still thinks we ought to be in Vietnam should take a detour from work and drive by Arlington Cemetery every day for a week.
I don't think I'd trust anyone in a policy-making position to do that.
You did what, Bob? To face the consequences of his counsel?
Who needed a reminder of what war was all about?
A reminder of what? Our jobs in World War II, in the rear? I pushed paper just like you, Walt. We were all too damn smart.
That must have been sitting on my brains then up in that B-25. 2 years in prison camps.
That's right. Nick's the only one here who saw combat. You were probably picking his targets, Walt.
As I remember, we won that war.
Yeah, well, you can tell that to the 50,000 dead men, women, and children of Dresden.
Dresden.
Is anyone ready for dinner?
Dresden was bombed for the rail lines.
Dresden was bombed to terrorize the hell out of those people, which is precisely what our B-52s are doing in Vietnam. And if this keeps up, in another year, we'll have dropped more there than on all of Europe. Isn't that right, Bob?
And this is also why I made this fan edit, because it just destroys the myths that we tell ourselves, the lies that we tell ourselves. World War II was not a good and beautiful war. Yes, Japan attacked us, so we went to war with them, but we did bomb Dresden to terrorize those people. We did firebomb Tokyo, which later, I think I mentioned, Bob McNamara later in life said it was wrong of us to firebomb Tokyo. And that's a terrific line. You have made a desert and call it peace. And just all these lies. And they're telling us that this war in Ukraine is a good war for freedom and democracy. That's a lie, too.
Christ, Mark.
I'll be all right. Already it was a liquor.
And everybody's got Bob McNamara's ulcer except Bob McNamara. That's another great line from George Ball. You see his wife there suffering from the ulcer.
Bob, me.
Mr. President, the operations we discussed will be going tonight. They have perfect conditions.
Bob, these pilots.
You said they'd be the cream.
They're the best the Navy and Air Force have, Mr. President, and they know you're counting on them.
All right, Bob, thank you.
I'm going to the Pentagon now. I'll call as soon as I have word, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Now, of course, this bombing mission is very important because they're afraid that they might hit a Russian ship and that could set off World War III.
Because you feel foolish, having waited so long to take this action.
And another thing about Ukraine, look, if Ukraine goes nuclear, that's it. Goodbye, humanity.
Seems like one step too many. The problem is, my good sir, each step has been inches instead of yards. We have been going to war by inches, tiptoeing apologetically, when we should be striding through with our heads held high like Americans.
And so people with that kind of mentality that Republican senator was just displaying, you know, we should be striding through like Americans, really going to war, not going to war by inches. Well, what does he mean? Should we have dropped a nuclear bomb on Vietnam? Should we have put in 1 million troops? We dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan. We're the only country to ever use nuclear weapons in a war. You know, and earlier, in that earlier scene, we dropped more bombs on Vietnam than we did in all of Europe in World War II. We destroyed so much of Vietnam, they couldn't grow enough rice to feed themselves. So what is this nonsense that, oh, we didn't do enough in Vietnam, or the government was tying our hands and making it impossible for us to win, interfering with us and we couldn't win? But there's no truth to that. Based on what facts do people say that? It's really easy now to look back at Vietnam and the Iraq War and say they were wrong. They were so long ago. It's very easy now to say that it's wrong. But it's difficult now to say the American war effort in Ukraine is wrong. And full disclosure, I, Andres Chang, I do sincerely believe that the American war effort in Ukraine is wrong. And it's difficult to say that. That's an unpopular thing to say. That's why it's difficult to say. I believe people need to take a stand on issues while the issues are happening. Yes, hindsight is important and it's 2020, but we have to learn from our hindsight. We have to learn from Vietnam and Iraq that this war in Ukraine is not a good idea. Now, right now, they're in a Catholic church because Lucy Johnson's daughter has converted to Catholicism. And very interesting scene here where this Catholic priest shares with Johnson the Our Father or the Lord's Prayer. There are so many different Christian denominations and so many different Christian traditions. Catholics say the Our Father often. I once had a Baptist friend who asked me, what are the words of the Our Father? And I said, don't you know them? Aren't you a Baptist? He said, oh, we don't say the Our Father. And even then, among Baptists, there are different kinds of Baptists. Here in that picture, Bob McNamara, the picture next to him was of not the real Johnson, but the Johnson in the movie.
You can see there that she's in a hell of a lot of pain.
Thy kingdom come. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. On earth. I'm sorry.
Those of you watching, do you know the Lord's Prayer?
As it is in heaven.
Do you go to church? Did you go to Sunday school? Just teasing. Full disclosure, I'm a Catholic, but I no longer practice. I'm not anti-Catholic in any way. I have no hostility against the Catholic Church, and I'm not an atheist. Just am too darn lazy to go to church on Sunday mornings. I'd rather make YouTube videos because that is what God put me on this earth to do, to be a YouTuber. Well, at least I think that's what he put me on this earth to do. We'll see. Yeah, so once again, you are watching Risky Edges with Andres Chang. My name is Andres Chang. Please subscribe. Please turn on bell notifications. Please share, like, comment. I really hope this channel grows. Because another reason I made this fan edit and another reason I made this channel is because I wanted to contribute positively to the conversations, the important conversations we are having in these important times of war, possible nuclear war and climate change. And even if there was no war and there was no climate change in America, like I said earlier, there's an increase in homelessness, an increase in people who have 2 jobs and they still need to pay rent, and we still don't have universal health care.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, I just talked with Honolulu. All the primaries were hit, and no ships were struck. Now, we did lose 2 aircraft to anti-air.
No Russian ships? We didn't hit any Russian ships?
No, but as I say, 2 pilots are down. I won't know about civilian casualties till we have the photos. Now, if the weather holds, we can send the RFs in to see just what collateral damage...
All right, Bob. Thank you. Thank you.
Pentagon sources tell CBS News that General Westmoreland has been granted even greater authority over the use of B-52s in Viet Cong-controlled areas of the South. With the recent escalation of bombing over North Vietnam, aimed at destroying the heart of the enemy's urban industrial capacity, the U.S. clearly wants to force a change in Hanoi's will to continue the war. Last year, the rate of Rolling Thunder missions flown reached 1,500 per week. Since then, the rate of sorties has doubled.
Mr. President, it appears that the airstrikes have had no effect on the enemy's war-making capability.
The attacks were not successful.
Well, while we did destroy nearly 100% of their oil storage capacity in our follow-up attacks throughout the summer, a large portion of their stock was put into barrels and dispersed in anticipation of our strikes. They've retained enough to meet ongoing requirements. Their buildup is continuing. And Westmoreland is requesting additional men.
How many?
The Program 3 forces will bring us up to 431,000 by the middle of '67.
What about the bombing?
We're looking at heavier B-52 strikes in the southern DMZ and in North Vietnam. Targets in the restricted zones.
Downtown Hanoi?
Yes, sir. And Haiphong. And in the buffer zone with China.
The good news, Mr. President, is that the naysayers are wrong. Peking and Moscow stood still, and they will very likely stand still, even with intensified activity.
Are you recommending some of these new targets for me today?
Yes, I am. You have the evaluation sheets before you. I have some photographs here. Number 72, the Van Dien truck depot.
With the one with the school up the street?
As a matter of fact, yes, the Polish Friendship School across the highway, half a mile up. Mr. President, as you may recall, in order to avoid a tax increase, we did not budget for the war beyond this fiscal year, which has cost us $20 billion, as opposed to the $12 billion projected.
We're over by $8 billion. $8 billion?
Mr. President, if you approve these new forces, constraints on domestic programs will no longer be avoidable. It's all in a memo I sent over to you today, along with some recommendations.
Joe, I want to start working on the State of the Union. You sit down with Bob and Walton Fowler.
Yes, Mr. President.
Must be no mention of the Great Society.
There's to be no mention of the Great Society. So here it begins. The Great Society is ending or beginning to end. The war on poverty is beginning to end because the war in Vietnam is just taking too much money. And that's what wars do. They take money away from countries on both sides or on all sides so that they cannot take care of their domestic problems.
This is the best way I can serve your presidency. And I think Dean Rusk would feel undercut if you were to fill George Ball's job with a personal friend of yours.
I don't give a rat's ass what Russ feels. I need you in that room, Clark. I need someone like George with the ability to reason and argue. A devil's advocate.
George Ball was not playing devil's advocate. He believed every word he said.
George Ball believed every word he said. Yeah. He's probably my favorite character in this whole fan edit because he was against the bombing the whole time.
Moyers wants the job. My press man. Thinks about making #2 at state, I'll all of a sudden give a shit what he thinks about Vietnam. And McNamara sends me a paper. Says we should cap the troops, level off the bombing. You know what happens if I stop bombing? Ho Chi Minh runs 5 more divisions up my ass. That's what happens. It was McNamara's program, the whole thing. Now he's talking up a shitstorm with Bobby.
Well, you don't know that.
I know everything. I know who's saying what at those fancy Georgetown dinner parties. I know, because I had Hoover put a couple of boys there, too. I know.
When he says he put Hoover on them, he's talking about J. Edgar Hoover, who was the head of the FBI at the time.
You need to go out there on the stump and sell the truth. Westmoreland is now saying that a communist military victory is impossible. You're finally winning in Vietnam.
Winning, but we're losing. We're killing them and we're losing. We're losing because this war goes on and on and on. I passed twice the number of bills FDR got through in his first 100 days. 200 in the last 2 years. There's never been an era in American history like this, yet there's so much left to do. But this war has got to end.
And again, that goes to what I keep saying, but it's true. You know, we're sending billions of dollars, spending billions of dollars on the American war effort in Ukraine. Why don't we spend billions of dollars housing the homeless, helping Americans who have 2 jobs just so they can pay rent, and paying for everyone in America to have their health care bills paid for? It just makes no sense.
Mr. President.
Moyers. Get me Moyers. And get me General Westmoreland on the other line.
Can I help you, Mr. President?
Get your bags packed. Call the press together. We're going to Vietnam.
Dave?
Are they ours?
I fucking hope so.
We will come upon a scene where the president pins a Purple Heart on a wounded black soldier who it looks like he's lost his hand. He has lost part of his leg. And that's a very symbolic scene because, yes, now black people in America have the right to vote, but they're also being drafted and sent off to die in Vietnam. Now, black or white, whoever you are, what's the point of being in a system where you can be drafted? We don't have the draft anymore in America, but what's the point of being part of a system where you could be drafted and sent to Vietnam? Yes, you can vote, but that just means you're part of the system. If you live in a dictatorship, you're a victim of the system. In a democracy, if you have the right to vote, you have the right to participate in a system that does bad things. And right now in America, we're doing bad things. Specifically, we're giving money and weapons to Ukraine. Is this going to be another Vietnam? Will troops follow? Here comes the scene I was talking about. Gave black people the right to vote, and also, but they're still coming home without limbs from Vietnam. There we go.
Where are you from, son?
Louisville, Kentucky, sir.
Kentucky?
Yes, sir.
Have you reached majority age yet, Corporal?
I was 21 last month, sir. My mom and my girl sent me a big old chocolate cake, and it came just in time, sir.
Good. Bill, get him out.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well,
Come on, guys.
they're giving me the honor, Corporal McCaffrey, of pinning it with this Purple Heart here. There you are. You'll be home right soon. And first Tuesday in November, you got a congressional election. I want you to vote.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you able to get the polling place?
I don't know where it is, but I'll get a ride, sir.
You sure you vote now?
Yes, sir. We're all behind you, sir. Every one of us. We won't let you down.
All right, son. Thank you.
And I won't let you down. You get everything you need. I thank you. I salute you. May the good Lord look over you and keep you safe till you come home and nail that coonskin to the wall.
3 cheers for the president!
Certainly the bombing of the North,
Bobby Kennedy.
and more difficult and more painful for North Vietnam. It is a harsh punishment indeed, but we are not in Vietnam to play the part of an avenging angel pouring death and destruction. We are there to assure
Kennedy,
the self-determination
McCarthy,
of South Vietnam.
haven't done a thing for this country. Not a fucking thing.
As many lives as
And look at all I've done.
It should be clear by now that the bombing of the North cannot bring an end to the war in the South. And indeed, at the present time, it may well be prolonging that war. Our troops are being killed by the bullets and the mines of the South. If by ending the bombing of the North, we can bring peace to South Vietnam, we will save the lives of thousands.
I don't know why you're worried about Kennedy in the second term, because I don't think your health will survive your first term.
Where you going?
I want to be useful to you, and I would listen even as you rant and rave, but I have worked far too hard and borne far too much to watch you destroy yourself.
Gradually replacing American forces. We should consider a final settlement, which allows all the major political elements of South Vietnam to participate in their choice of leadership.
The bridge is a major target, and we've never hit it. Chance of civilian deaths would be almost zero.
I say 100 to 500, possibly more.
Which is it, 500 or 0?
Mr. President, the Stennis Committee is up in arms over our holding back on these targets. Bob's testimony is coming up, and it might take some heat off him if some of these could be cleared up before his appearance.
I can take the heat without padding my resume with more bombing missions. This is a heavily defended target in a very populated area.
The photos are right here, Mr. President.
The photos are meaningless. The target is heavily defended. The pilots jettison their bombs when they're under attack. Now, I've been asking for 2 years why they don't come straight up the river. That way, if they dump the bombs, they go in the water and not on the people, and I still haven't got an answer.
Coming in from the Gulf involves an extra turn, with our backs to those heavy defenses.
If it is so well defended, should we risk the pilots?
Men dying is a relative thing. The effect of the air campaign is cumulative. Every blow makes the enemy stretch his resources.
Stretching is a relative thing. Mr. President, we shouldn't be bombing for punitive reasons, but there just doesn't seem any point to this
Hit it.
anymore.
Hit the goddamn bridge. What's next?
Number 309, sir, the rail car repair shop.
Mark? Mark? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Come to me. Come to me. This way. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Don't talk to her now when she's suffering from the ulcer that you helped create. And we all know that. We all know that stress can give you headaches, ulcers, whatever. More green screen and blue screen. Here, McNamara is going to visit the Eternal Flame in honor of John F. Kennedy. I've been to Washington, D.C. I've been to Arlington Cemetery. I've been to the Korean War Memorial. I've been to the Vietnam War Memorial. I have never been to the Eternal Flame. Maybe I did, but I'm not sure. But I know I've been to Arlington Cemetery. I know I've been to the Korean War Memorial. I know I've been to the Vietnam War Memorial.
I won't be long. Okay.
Oliver Stone also made a movie with Kevin Costner called JFK. And in that movie, Kevin Costner visits the Eternal Flame. And he also talks to Donald Sutherland, but Donald Sutherland plays a different character than he played in this movie. And this movie, Path to War, was not directed by Oliver Stone. It was directed by John Frankenheimer. And this now is what we need in America. We need large anti-war demonstrations. The peace movement has begun. There was an anti-war rally in Washington, D.C., and thousands of people in France and in Germany are protesting the current war in Ukraine. They are part of NATO, and they don't want to be a part of this war in Ukraine.
Information spread out! Let's go! File in! Move it up!
No rifle is to be loaded without my permission.
I'll have the commanders go down the line again.
Not one bullet, damn it!
We have the right to live!
And there's the photograph or the painting of the former Secretary of Defense. And we're going to see what happens to, remember the story about that Secretary of Defense, how he took his own life, and we're going to see what happens to Bob McNamara.
Objectives of the bombing: to interdict men and supplies and hinder the enemy's ability to wage war in the South. In this, I am 100% behind the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Sharp, General Westmoreland, and his commanders, as they are fully aware, and as the President is aware.
We are all greatly encouraged to hear that, Mr. Secretary. You are the last to testify, as you know. And the overwhelming view from General Wheeler and the others is that there has been excessive interference from your office.
If I'd be permitted to finish my statement, Senator Stennis, there are copies available outside the hearing room. Our greater objective, however, was and remains to persuade the leaders of North Vietnam that they cannot prevail. In this, we have been unsuccessful. This is due to the fact that North Vietnam can sustain its forces in the South with a mere 100 tons of supplies a day, 85 of which they can acquire through corrupt elements in the South Vietnamese government. Out of 359 targets recommended by the chiefs, only 57 remain unstruck. 2 are battery plants manufacturing a total of 600 tons a year, not enough to fill the corner of a Sears Roebuck regional warehouse.
Just a moment, Mr. Secretary.
There's a rubber plant producing 30 tires a day. A service station where I fill my car could supply the output of this facility.
Excuse my interruption.
Hitting these targets will cost us in pilots, planes, and hard cash, and they will kill more and more civilians. The military knows this. They think it's worth it. I do not.
Order! You know what he did to me up there? It's like selling your house and your son takes the bioricide and tells him there's leaks in the basement. Now Hanoi knows we're divided and they'll never stop. I gotta get rid of that son of a bitch.
You can't just get rid of him. The Republicans will play up the disunity. Bobby will have a field day.
Bobby's clamoring for him to resign, don't you know, to go public against me for doing what he advised.
Look, we'll find a job for McNamara where he won't be able to snipe at you. I'll help you fill his post with someone you can trust. I'll do anything I can for you, Mr. President. But we have a re-election campaign to start, and you do not have a policy to end this war.
Claude, you'll do anything you can.
So earlier in the movie, McNamara said that Truman's Secretary of Defense was crazy. At the end, Truman got rid of him, gave him a medal, and Forrestal, after receiving the medal, just stood there, no words coming out of his mouth. McNamara then said, who knows what demons are going through his mind. And we're going to see the same thing happen to McNamara. He's not going to take his own life. That never happened. But he's about to be pinned with a medal by Johnson, and he is going to be left speechless, and we will see the demons going through McNamara's mind.
Well, you've served longer than any defense secretary in history. And look what you've had to shepherd us through. The Cuban crisis, 2 Cuban crises. Berlin, Dominican, Middle East. Hell, that's a tough enough job in peacetime. And look what you've had to deal with.
Mr. President, the point is, I don't have to leave until you want me to leave.
Bob, Joe Fowler asked me for 3 nominees. I said no, only 1, McNamara. There were tears in the Treasury Secretary's eyes, because he was hoping he'd be my choice. And with tears in his eyes, he said he had to submit 3 names to the bank. I said, okay, McNamara, McNamara, and McNamara. You ask him. Now, the bank directors vote today, but it's just a formality. Now, Bob, I've got to get over to Lady Bird's beautification awards. Important to her. Your wife's the same with her reading program, I know.
Yes, although with her condition, it's been difficult.
No improvements in surgery?
My son, he has them as well.
You deserve whatever you want from this government. My obligation is to help you. And this was within my power to grant you.
People have an obligation to the president, not the other way around.
May your selfless service spent in defending freedom.
So here comes the medal. Here comes McNamara at a loss of words, and we will see the demons that are going through his mind when he accepts this award.
This is the Medal of Freedom, the highest award a president can bestow upon a citizen of the United States. I award it now to a loyal, brilliant, good man, Robert McNamara. The very best we have.
Mr. President, this is almost an impossible situation to respond to.
You're used to impossible situations.
Here it comes.
I stand here tonight to tell you that I regard Bob McNamara here as not only one of the smartest, but one of the most humane men I know.
So humane, yet he advocated bombing. And it seems like now he knows this.
1. Put the men in.
So humane, yet he advocated increasing troops, escalating the war.
Duty. And 3. Expand the bombing.
So it seems like he's realizing, my gosh, look what I've done. I've done all this and it didn't work. And because it didn't work, so many people have died. But I really did think it would work. And as I said earlier, later in life, and Bob McNamara did come out and say the Vietnam War was wrong, and it was wrong of us to firebomb Tokyo. So again, I know I keep hammering this point home, but war is not the answer. War is never the answer. I hope I can help in some small way with this channel end the U.S. war effort in Ukraine. And I don't just want to be a keyboard warrior. If you go on my channel, you'll see there's more than one video where I actually talk to audiences about what I believe in and what I think should be done. So for me personally, yes, my name is Andres Chang. That is my real name. Those pictures of me you see in the videos on my channel, Risky Edges, that is me. There are videos on my channel where I am talking to people. For me, it is not enough to just make videos. I also have to talk to people and engage with the community. We need people like myself who can make videos and who can get up in front of an audience and talk to people, but we also need organizers, people who organize marches. We need people to run the logistics, all those behind the scenes things. I am not a good organizer. I've tried organizing before. I'm not a good fundraiser. I'm not a good canvasser. I've tried those things before. I'm not very good. My skill set is this. I can make videos and I can get up in front of people and talk to them. But we also need people with the other skill sets, the logistics, the organizing, the canvassing. We need those people too in whatever cause that you believe in. If you want to be a keyboard warrior and you just want to blog and your screen name is not your real name and your profile picture is not your real picture, you know, that's your right. Everyone also has the right to participate anonymously. But we need more, I think more than the anonymous participators, we need people who explicitly, I guess that's the opposite of anonymous, is explicit, to explicitly participate. Here I am, this is my name, this is what I believe in. Or here we are, you can see our faces, this is what we believe in, this is why we're here. So now we're back to Bright Shining Lie. We're back to John Van. Again, another reason why I made this fan edit is because it's on the ground level. People like John Van, soldiers, and people all the way up at the top, the White House. So that's another reason I made this fan edit.
Hello? Hello, sir. Boy! Go in here!
Shoot, Dad, shoot!
Yeah, baby, he shoots. Hey,
Nice shot.
All right, take it back to the line. Jesse Van, 3 seconds left. Come on, double team, get him.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, honey. Yes, go ahead. The Army called me today. Guess what? They offered me a job in the civilian aid program.
What is that?
It's back in Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Wait.
Oh, I see. Once again, we're
Listen,
gonna get
listen,
dumped.
No, listen. This is another chance for me. I can't let it go. I know how to win that war. I tried.
I thought maybe you could have been the kind of father you never had. Make sure I can have a decent home for these kids.
Hey, Dad!
Hey!
Shoot!
Let's go! Let's move! Hold on! Move, move, move! Formation! Let's go! Let's go! Left, right, left, right, left. Come on, gentlemen! Let's move out!
Jump over there with the aid program. Where's my ride?
Ride's right there, sir.
Thank you. Come over, soldier. I'll drive. Thank you.
And you know
And here comes another good conversation where they talk about World War II, and here they talk about how this is not World War II. Why are they still acting like it's World War II?
How the hell are you? God damn, it's good to be back.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Man, that's a lot of hardware they're unloading out there.
That's phase one of General Westmoreland's three-stage plan. We put together a superior force, then engage the enemy on the battlefield. 3, wipe them out.
Well, hell, Fred, I don't know if the enemy's gonna go along with that plan. We're not fighting a conventional war here. You can't roll out the tanks like it's World War II. I mean, goddamn, hasn't the Pentagon learned anything in 3 years?
John, you gotta learn to keep your mouth shut. It was a hell of a job to get you over here, even as a civilian. Now you're here to work with the aid program, right?
You're right, Fred.
Well, I read your briefing, and I agree with you. We gotta try and win these people over. That's why I want you to take charge of the aid program in the region around Bao Tri. I'll get a good man to work with you. Let's try to put your ideas into practice.
Okay. You're the boss.
No, John. Westmoreland's the boss.
And here we see in Bright Shining Lie, Westmoreland for the first time. Different movie, so played by a different actor.
Is that Van? John Van! John Van! Hell, I thought they buried you!
They tried, Stephen. Hey, Nick. Hey,
Are you
John.
part of this
Welcome
USA
back.
program?
We sure are. Doug Elder, Stephen
Oh, it's a
Burnett from
pleasure.
the Time.
Pleasure's mine. Come on!
Gentlemen, General Westmoreland.
Fred.
And there's Westmoreland. Or, sorry, there's Westmoreland. Different movie, so different actor.
Program is a noble effort to bolster the civilian population in the hamlets, and particularly to help them resist Viet Cong infiltration. Gentlemen, you are part of a great new mobilization. We now have at our disposal the best army that the world has ever known. We have the men, we have the materials, and we are going to stomp the Viet Cong into the ground. Thank you. We'd now like to take this opportunity to introduce you to your various counterparts. Fred.
General, quick question. Can I ask you a question, sir?
I'd like you to meet John Paul Van and Doug Elder. Ronald in.
Mr. Van, Mr. Elders, welcome.
Thank you.
I am your regional commander. We have a very good region, you and I. We will do well together.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
I'm fine, thanks.
I'm fine, thanks.
What's your name?
What's your name?
My name is.
My name is.
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
mấy em like ngày mai.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened to the schoolgirls?
Times changed, John. They have more needs now.
It's good to see you again. Look at you. You look different.
You too?
Bad Omen.
Howdy. Welcome to Bow Tri, guys. Terry Pike.
John Van.
Doug Elders. Nice to meet you.
Do you know there's a Jeep outside of town with a body in it?
Nobody buries them?
They're too afraid to go out there. Now, I don't mean to discourage you guys, but this place is gone. See that bunch of kids standing over here? They're Viet Cong. Now, our defenders either work for them or pay them off.
So who's in charge?
That'd be Colonel Den. I don't know if Charlie works for him or he works for them. Don't matter much, though, because nobody works for us.
Well, maybe we should just hand it all over to the communists right now.
Mr. Van, these people don't have any money. And they don't get a chance to vote. That sounds communist to me. Tan, Devoy Toy. Now, if you don't mind, it cost me $50 to get Colonel Den to get me a military escort so I can get out of here. I better get before the price goes up. It's all yours. Stay alive, gentlemen.
Jeez, what a mess.
Okay, each family 6 or more gets 1 5-gallon can of cooking oil, 100-pound sack of flour per month.
Yes, sir.
Doug, will you check the manifest, see when this stuff's due in Tan 1? All right, we do what we call an inventory. It means everything that goes in and out of here gets counted for. You got 10 cans of cooking oil, 9 sacks of flour, you write it all down.
2 lần 3 là 6. 2 lần 4 là 8. 2 lần 2 là 4. 2 lần 3 là 6. 2 lần 4 là 8.
Sorry.
Okay, you tell these men to put these ladders right here. I want them up there to pull down any loose towels.
Yes, sir.
We're going to replace it with this corrugated hammer nails, bang, bang,
One there, one there. Rip out all the tiles around, leave
Em làm cái gì đấy? Đi vào đi, đi vào đi.
Tell
Đi
them.
vào đi.
Yes, sir. Các anh lên trường trường đây.
Hai người làm cái gì vậy? Ngừng đi, tôi không trả tiền được đâu.
What'd she say?
She said to stop, she cannot pay.
You tell her she does not have to pay.
Cô không cần phải trả.
Mà lúc nào thế nào cũng phải có người trả, trước sau gì cũng người trả.
What was that?
She said somebody will always have to pay.
Em đi vào làm tiếp nha. 2 lần 1 là 2.
Who needs a treat? Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. Here you go.
Đây
Dickless, gentlemen. The secret of the children's revolution.
Ông ơi không được.
No, it's just candy.
Cái này không được.
No, it's okay. It's just gum. Oh, hey. For you, for the school.
Vâng, cảm ơn ông nhiều. Dạ.
Presents for the teacher, eh?
铁人的程度，铁人的程度，就是他长大了的。
What's going on?
You have used my material without paying.
I'm sorry, Colonel, but this is aid material.
Yes, my aid material. This is my region. It is my aid material, and you must pay. Yang Ling! Yang Ling!
Oh, put that down!
Colonel, if you do not leave, I will disgrace you in front of your men and this village. Tell the men.
Nếu các anh không đi, chúng tôi sẽ đuổi các anh ra khỏi quân đội.
Vào trong, vào trong.
Jesus, John.
It...
What the fuck was that? It's blood. What the hell is it?
It's a tongue. Come on.
Ngừng lại, ngừng lại. Không được.
Hey! Get in.
He's not here.
Where is he?
Bo Chai. He's gone to punish the village.
Ian knows goddamn well the VC have fled the village. What the hell's he playing?
Whoa, 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 slow down.
What's going on?
Colonel Din's holding an airstrike.
Goddamn, call it off!
Wait, hey! You're gonna get killed!
Now here we're going to see a naked little girl running outside of her village, and that is inspired by an actual event in the Vietnam War where U.S. forces did bomb a village. They dropped napalm on a village, and a girl who was naked, a little girl, ran out of her village to escape the destruction while her village was smoking and on fire, much like this scene here. But there was a village, not this one, in Vietnam that was bombed. A naked little girl ran out, and that became one of the many iconic images out of Vietnam, which helped turn public opinion against the war in Vietnam. And sadly, something similar is going to happen in Ukraine. There already are a lot of Ukrainians dying and Russians, and that's the real cost of war, is that people die. I know I keep repeating this, but war is not good, and it's not heroic and glorious and necessary, evil but necessary. No, just war is never the answer.
Ôi ông ơi, đừng có đi đâu đi. Đi ra.
Sorry. Sorry.
Con đừng thả ông này nữa đi. Coi này, coi con tôi này. Sao không đi chỗ khác với ông? Ôi, chị đuổi con đi đây cô. Ôi, người đi đây làm gì?
Fred, goddammit, I want that murdering bastard arrested.
Look, I just came back from the drain. We have 4 companies of air cav ran right smack into the North Vietnamese army. We lost 230 men. So don't come here telling me about one corrupt ARVN colonel. 230? Look, it's all over in the boom.
I like how when Fred tells John what just happened, that they lost 230 men, suddenly John's anger towards Din disappears, because he is reminded it's not about him and Din, it's about the greater war effort and all of these other people dying. Not to take away from the villagers who were just killed and who are suffering, but many are dying.
The average weekly rate of dead and wounded in the Korean War. 240 Americans killed, 470 wounded. Most of these casualties were suffered in the Battle of Ia Drang Valley. The United States is indeed at war, a full-dress war against a formidable enemy.
Van threw himself into the war effort with a passion and brilliance few others could muster. He ran pacification programs, mobilized his allies among the South Vietnamese forces, coordinated American support, and still found time to bombard friends and foes alike with his theories on how to turn the war around.
December 23rd, 1966. Dear Sir, despite the fact that we now have 385,000 American soldiers on the ground, the Saigon government remains corrupt on all levels. If it were not for the fact that Vietnam is...
Van worked 20 hours, slept 4. He never stopped on all fronts.
So the reporter says he never stopped on all fronts, including his personal life. And here he's going to find another lover. So he's cheating on his wife in America. He's cheating on his Vietnamese lover now with this girl very soon.
Here. Wrecked bicycle? Yes? Orchids. This is what you need. For you. That's a picture. I'm in love.
How old is she, 17?
17, she's 18, goes to college.
You have your teacher friend translate for you?
Well, you know me, I can't help falling in love.
Yeah. What?
My mother's dead.
So earlier we learned that John's philandering had something to do with his mother. His wife had brought it up during the therapy session, and we will see now the source of John's philandering and the connection to his mother.
Come on. You don't get moving, you're gonna miss the Tokyo connection. It's your mother, John. You owe it to her.
That's funny. I owe her. My mother was a whore, and I'm her bastard son. You know what my birth certificate says on it? John LeGay, a son of a bitch. That's why those goddamn wasps at West Point wouldn't let me in. Fucking bunch of hypocrites. I was a little kid growing up in Norfolk. I used to see her screwing them in their cars. Grunting and carrying on. You know how she died? Somebody cracked her skull open with a whiskey bottle.
Go home and bury her, John.
Whosoever believeth in you should not perish, but have everlasting life. The Father loveth the Son, and hath given all things into his hand. Amen.
Amen.
I had actually never seen this before until I saw this movie. Someone at a funeral picking up some ground, some dirt, and throwing it on the coffin so that, in a sense, you're literally burying your loved ones. I'd never seen that before. I like it.
What's the matter with him?
It's against the war.
You don't say. Well, I better have a word with him before I head back tomorrow.
Wait a minute, I am.
What is it?
John, I want to file for a divorce. I just need to be free from you.
Baby, come on, I need you.
You don't need anybody. Myrtle made sure of that. Then you have the war.
Johnny, I'm truly sorry.
Thank you.
Your old mama was very special to me. We're all gonna miss her.
I appreciate that.
Johnny, you don't remember me. I'm your cousin Artie.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, I'd like to introduce some friends of mine. Danny Dykes.
Our condolences. Thanks for coming.
Paul Gillis.
Sorry for your loss. Thank you.
This here's my wife, Bella.
How do you do?
And I've been telling them how I've been reading about you in the Norfolk Leader. All those battles he's been winning. It's a great thing you're doing over there, son. God Almighty knows it's a great thing. Imagine Myrtle's boy advising the United States Army. Now, who would have ever thought that? Yeah. If you need anything, you know who to call on.
1967. the year of delusion. 465,000 American troops fought major battles from the Delta to the DMZ, while Westmoreland declared the end was coming into view. Van knew better.
I thought we cleared this area.
We have, sir. Then we discovered these tunnels. Here, here, and here. And over here, sir, is where we found the documents.
What do they say?
Last month, we destroyed the Viet Cong in this region. But according to these documents, another VC battalion has replaced them.
Where the hell did they get the manpower to do that?
I don't know, sir. I thought we have killed them all. I'm afraid we are back to where we started, Mr. Van.
Well, goddamn it, we'll just have to clear it out again.
So now on the ground, John Van has encountered that North Vietnam manpower is limitless.
School teachers.
Here, this is a great scene. She was never VC until her village got bombed, and now this house is being burned, and that's an analogy of the war. You know, we went there saying we were going to help, but we were actually making things worse. We were the problem.
John, how the hell are we supposed to have a Thanksgiving dinner with these things?
What's the news?
Shit, Spencer Tracy died. Who said this? I don't have no personal quarrels with those Viet Cong.
Cassius Clay.
Muhammad Ali. His new name's Muhammad Ali.
And of course, Muhammad Ali was seen in the opening black and white montage. And the rest of the quote is, "No Viet Cong ever called me the N-word." And again, I'm going back to Ukraine. Look, Putin is not the problem, my fellow Americans who are listening to my voice. Putin is not the reason why Americans don't have health care. More Americans need 2 jobs just to pay rent, and more Americans are becoming homeless.
Criticism surrendered.
And that's why I'm against the U.S. war effort in Ukraine. Putin never did anything to me, not that I'm aware of. Putin is not the enemy, my fellow Americans. We don't have enemies, we have problems. Our problems are that we can't afford rent, so we're becoming homeless, and we can't afford our health care bills either. We have other problems too, but we have problems, not enemies. We don't need war, and war is never the answer.
Excuse me.
What sort of a man are you? She was a good student. Now, she's pregnant.
I love your daughter. I will take care of her.
And John just got his other Vietnamese girlfriend pregnant. The first one not pregnant, the second one pregnant.
Shall we?
And now he's going to marry her. So he cheated on his wife in America. Now he's going to have a Vietnamese wife in Vietnam, and he's cheating on her too. I shouldn't laugh, that's not funny, but he is a philanderer.
I have asked General Westmoreland what more he needs to meet this mounting aggression. He has told me, and we will meet his needs.
There is an incipient uprising in this country in opposition to this war, and it's going to get worse. This talk about sending over 100,000 to 200,000...
I don't know who that is, but again, more real footage from that time adds to the authenticity of this docudrama.
Captain, can you tell me where I can find Doug Elders?
He's right over there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're looking much better.
Hey, Dr. Doug.
Hey. Geez, you look like shit.
Thanks.
Brought you something. For the revolution.
I'm going home, John.
Home? What are you talking about?
It's only jaundice. You'll be out in a week.
You see this shit? Those are Marines. Now we're the ones burning them out.
Just one damn photo.
It's more than one photo. We're losing our souls here.
Hell, do you think I agree with it?
I don't want to fight with you, John.
Come on, man. We've been through a lot together.
John, I'm going home.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not real good at goodbyes.
Don't get killed.
Gentlemen, as you all know, until now, the 5th Division of the Viet Cong has had sole control of the Saigon operational area. These captured VC documents indicate...
Carry on, gentlemen. Fred, please continue, Mr. Van.
I was saying that the intelligence we now have indicates clearly that divisions formerly positioned in the Paraspeak area on the Cambodian border have been moved to here, 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 and here. And now all share the Saigon theater of operations.
General, is aerial evidence of advanced movement to support this.
And what is your conclusion?
Well, sir, our conclusion is the enemy is about to strike at the capital.
Now, when John Van said that, I thought, uh-oh, the Tet Offensive.
They are going to link
And we'll see what the Tet Offensive is later.
with regular forces, trick us into believing that they're going to invade the capital with the Viet Cong. We hold back our forces. They overrun the Marines for a spectacular victory, just like they did the French. Well, that's not going to happen on my watch, gentlemen. Fred, I want you to have every available man ready to move up to Khe Sanh at a moment's notice.
Sir, I don't believe a strategist like General Giap would risk his troops openly against us.
Appreciate your input, Mr. Van. 101st, 199. You have them ready, Fred.
Oh, here.
Lee, what's wrong?
I haven't seen you for so long. I'm worried.
Look, there's a lot going on right now.
Let's go away together. For Tet.
And when she said, let's go away together for Tet, that just further confirmed what I was thinking, which is, uh-oh, here comes the Tet Offensive.
I can't. Who is it?
General Wayne.
Look, I'm sorry, Lee. I gotta go.
Be careful.
Yeah, go for it.
Look at that giant phone. How far we've come. And when I first saw this, Tet Chinese New Year, Saigon, 1968, it was just more in me thinking, uh-oh, here it comes, here it comes.
John? Can I have a word with you, sir?
Sure. Sir, did you receive General Wayne's alert?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Our intelligence indicates the enemy is about to plan a major offensive.
Where?
Here in Saigon, sir.
Why did General Westmoreland tell me this?
General Westmoreland doesn't agree with our analysis, but I feel he is about to make a grave error in judgment.
Good evening, Mr. Ambassador. I'll take this up with you in the morning. Welcome, Major. Good to see you. Try to relax, John. Evening. Help yourself to a drink. Enjoy yourself.
Nice party, huh? All it's missing is Nero and his fiddle.
And when he says Nero and his fiddle, he's referring to the Roman Emperor Nero, who just played music with his friends while Rome was burning, literally. The city of Rome was burning. And when those firecrackers went off, when I first heard the booms, I thought, oh no, the Tet Offensive has begun. But it wasn't that, it's just firecrackers. And again, another surreal image from the Vietnam War, how just clueless we were and how clueless or mistaken the leadership was. You know, we're celebrating the Chinese New Year, but we don't know that the enemy is about to strike at the Capitol. Well, John knows, and some others probably do also, but others, like Westmoreland, disagree with that interpretation, analysis of events. Oh, and in case I didn't mention this already, GI means government issued, like your government issued uniform, your government issued weapon, government issued ID in the military. So it also is a name for a soldier. When I say soldier, I mean U.S. Army. I don't know if Marines or other branches of the military call themselves GIs. And here it is, the Tet Offensive. John's handgun to me looks like a .45 caliber pistol, and for those of you who may not know, those handguns are powerful and loud, and they're made mostly of metal. But nowadays, the guns you see that most police officers use are Glocks, which are mostly plastic. They're a lot lighter, and they're not as loud. But don't worry, they'll still kill.
Let's go! Head for the embassy! Let's go! Let's go! Man, get us out of here! What the hell's going on?
Give me that radio.
Lightning 6, this is Van, over. Lightning 6, this is Van, over.
The airport's under attack. He's up on the road.
Well, get him on the horn, goddammit, over.
Wait, tell Condon and Alpha to cover the south side of the field. Come on, get those bags up here.
Holy shit! Our guys are fired into the embassy! Charlie's taking the fucking embassy, man! I'm in Syria! Come on, let's go, let's go!
That soldier's helmet said MP. That's military police. The military have their own police and to investigate crimes that soldiers might commit. And they also see combat. I'm a civilian. I've never been in the military, but the military, talk to people you know in the military. The military is like a parallel universe. It's its own little world, different from the civilian world. Like a world within a world, or a country within a country. A society within a society.
It's John Van, sir! Hold them here! What about this? Over!
Looks like they're making their push take the whole city.
We got any troops to fight them with, Fred? I kept 6 battalions in reserve! I'm setting forward to the city! Over!
That's great news. Keep that line open.
What's happening?
We got the men. We can hold them.
More video, real, authentic video from the era, the Vietnam War era.
CIA men and MPs have gone into the embassy and are trying to get the snipers out.
We've got 2 more alert forces that are trying to push him out this way, but he's heavily fortified. He's got a lot of ammo.
232 GIs killed and 900
41 towns and cities attacked by the Viet Cong.
snipers and suicide command.
The presidential palace, the radio station, the Philippine embassy, 4 American fellows.
Sniper fire is still coming from the building.
Civilians who were caught in the crossfire.
Annie! Hi, baby. You okay? The baby okay? Don't you worry about a thing, Grant. I'm gonna take care of all of you. I gotta go. I gotta go. All right?
The official explanation.
Now, what we will see happen soon is one Vietnamese
The Viet Cong
will, oh, here it comes.
terrorism.
The enemy is mounting some last desperate campaign.
Now, what happened there was one of the leaders of the South Vietnam military, he found who he thought was the leader or one of the leaders of the North Vietnam Tet Offensive. So he summarily executed him then and there by shooting him in the head.
General Westmoreland. General, what's your assessment of the situation?
Just our guys clearing up some unexploded M79 rounds.
General, can I ask you a question? The enemy appears to be trying to take over South Vietnam.
The Viet Cong has very deceitfully taken advantage of the Tet truce in order to create maximum consternation in South Vietnam, particularly in the populated area.
John? Mr. Ambassador? Good work. Thank you very much.
Well, I think General Wayne's one should take the credit, sir.
I'm aware of that.
I'll tell you this. Throw a hell of a party.
Yeah, real blowout.
Back at the White House.
The embassy compound's been hit before.
Mr. Secretary, it's not just the embassy. Palace, legislature, airport, too.
Secretary Rusk, put on the speakerphone. Go ahead, Dan.
Dean, I've got the duty officer at the embassy, Alan Brandt.
Mr. Brandt. Mr. Brandt, can you hear me?
They're shooting right outside, Mr. Secretary.
What, outside of the embassy compound?
Inside. They blew through the wall. They're at the doors.
Mr. Rustow, casualty report. Do you have something to defend yourself with, Mr. Brandt?
I'm at the window. They're below me. They see me. They're looking right at me. I've got to go, Mr. Secretary. I've got to go. I got to
Small attack.
These are desperation moves, Mr. President. We've got them on the run.
It's not just Saigon.
The Viet Cong have launched surprise attacks on 36 of the 44 provincial capitals of South Vietnam. From the streets of Hue near the DMZ to the U.S. Embassy compound in Saigon, the casualty count on both sides has been unprecedented. The U.S. military says it is successfully beating back the Viet Cong attacks, but clearly they are paying an enormous price.
The enemy's well-laid plans went afoul. They tried to ignite revolution in the South, and they failed.
If this is a failure, God help us when they have a success. I've given him all the men, the planes, the guns, the bullets he said he needed. I thought we were winning this thing. Now Westmoreland says he wants 206,000 more troops. 206,000!
You'll have 750,000 there. 750,000 men in Vietnam.
Light at the end of the tunnel. And we don't even have a tunnel. We don't even know where the tunnel is. I want you to get Westmoreland here. Get your people together and look at this thing. We'll give them the boys that we have to, but on your recommendation.
You'll wait.
I'll wait, but not for long. If he needs them, what the hell am I supposed to do? Oh, Fran, get me an answer.
Give us these troops and we can seize the initiative.
It will just be more of the same. The enemy's taken 200,000 killed, and he'll take 200,000 more.
We've lost 1/10 that many, and Americans are rioting in the streets.
They should be cheering. The Viet Cong lost. We were victorious.
That's true, Walt, but remember, they only committed 175,000 men to this offensive. Holding enough back to strike again.
That's right, damn it, and it could happen at any time. I say put the men in.
There are no more trained men.
We would ship raw troops and train them in the rear.
What rear? There is no rear in Vietnam anymore. I would hope we've at least learned that from this victory.
Great line. Again, another reminder. This is not World War II. This is not World War II. This is not World War II.
Been given that authority.
Excuse me, General. Dean, you said the enemy committed 175,000 men to the offensive.
That's right, Clark.
And General Westmoreland says that they suffered 45,000 killed with a 1 to 3.5 killed to wounded ratio?
It's right here in my report.
We beat the pants off them.
Then how in hell do we justify to the public sending hundreds of thousands more men?
We tell them this, that we're within inches of victory. Inches.
45,000 killed, yes, General?
Yes, sir.
And 3.5 times that number are out of action?
It's in the report, Clark.
If there's 45,000 dead and 3.5 times that number...
160,000.
157,500 wounded, plus 45,000 dead.
General, according to you and General Westmoreland, we have killed and wounded 120% of the enemy.
And that's another important lesson we've learned from Vietnam, is that body counts do not necessarily tell us whether we're winning or losing, particularly in Vietnam, where manpower was limitless. North Vietnam manpower was limitless. So there are other ways. The body counts do tell us things. But if you're killing lots of the enemy, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're winning.
Wheeler has agreed to 22,000 plus the units previously approved and already scheduled for deployment. This would stave off immediate defeat while we move to negotiations. We realized that the settlement would not be favorable for Saigon and they would fight it. 2, the bombing. Wheeler, the other chiefs, and Walt Rostow all advocate hitting the remaining targets in Hanoi and Haiphong and mining and bombing the harbors. With the support of everyone else, I recommend a bombing halt.
I've told you, I'm not gonna stop the bombing. It keeps the lead out of our boys.
There's little evidence to support that, sir, and the bombing is going to be the single greatest issue in the presidential campaign. The perception is evolving out there that Eugene McCarthy is the peace candidate and you are the war candidate. If McCarthy has a good showing in New Hampshire, I think Bobby will throw his hat in. Well, he can't beat you if you're sitting at the peace table, do you
Peace
see?
table. Sell out South Vietnam. This is your advice.
If I could lay a plan to win the war before you...
I could have gone on TV in 3 weeks and explained all this to the American people. Huh? You were telling me it was a cut and run, admit defeat. The 20,000 American boys have died for nothing. The 20,000 American mothers weep for nothing.
The situation has changed since Tet.
Yes, it has. Tet was a failure. The enemy failed to overrun us. We are poised to win, and now it's only you and your people who are advising against the extra effort it'll take to turn 3 years of miserable war into victory.
And I'm telling you, there is no victory to be had. Not without measures that'll tear this country apart and bring down this administration. I told you to get out of Vietnam 3 years ago, Lyndon.
What about 2 years ago and 1? Hey, you shot down every bombing pause, backed every troop increase. Don't you dare!
Excuse me, Mr. President. My counsel has not deviated one whit. My every word, then as now, has been informed solely by my commitment to preserve your presidency and establish your place in this country's history.
Should have cleaned house November 63. Got rid of all of them. McNamara, Bundy, Connolly warned me those fucking Kennedy lovers would be disloyal to me. All of them!
They only advised you, Mr. President. You decided.
Another great line in the movie. They only advised you, Mr. President. You decided. The buck stops with the president.
You decided.
Senator Eugene McCarthy, a dove on Vietnam, who was virtually unknown to voters of this state 2 months ago, has finished in a virtual tie with the sitting president of the United States, Lyndon Johnson. Since polls taken only a week ago predicted Johnson would win 2/3 of the vote and McCarthy only 11%, the senator's surprisingly high turnout has shocked the country.
I run because it is now unmistakably clear that we can change these disastrous.
You will soon see the same image on 3 TV screens. That's because back then TVs were these big boxes. They were these big cubes. They were not flat screen, flat panel like they are today. I don't know what it's like in the White House now, but back then that's what they did. They put 3 TVs, put them all on the same channel, all showing the same thing. So that way a large group of people could all come into the same room and watch the same thing.
For day after day after day, while you cut me to pieces. There's blood in your hands, you traitor!
Our troops are being killed by the bullets.
And there it is. Before flat screen and flat panel TVs, that's how you did it back then. I think in the 80s, they started to have really big screen TVs in homes and other places. But of course, they're much better nowadays. They take up much less space nowadays. Again, technology has come a long way. And that entire stack of papers that the president is signing, those are all letters informing families that their loved ones have died in the line of duty in Vietnam.
He won't back a war surtax unless they go on TV and announce deep cuts. I want you to get up there and talk to everybody on Ways and Means.
I'm meeting with 5 of them in the morning, sir.
Take Ackley up with you. Back up the numbers.
There's a painting of George Washington in the background. There it is again.
Anything else, Mr. President? Are you all right, Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm all right, Joe. Joe. Senator Kennedy's speech. Who wrote it for him?
This guy, Walensky, on his staff's been writing a lot of his stuff. I don't know, maybe Schlesinger, Sorensen?
Goodwin.
I think he was involved, yes.
All right, Joe, thanks.
Yes, sir.
I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having spoken first clearly.
So Dr. King also spoke out against the Vietnam War, and actually he was already unpopular with a lot of white Americans, but he became even less popular among white Americans when he spoke out against the Vietnam War. And he became less popular among black Americans when he spoke out against the Vietnam War. He lost popularity among black Americans as well.
To the streets of America's cities. The radicals say that since peaceful demonstrations won't end the war, they're ready to move from protest to resistance. With talk of full-scale rebellion sweeping the country from college campuses to the inner cities, the mood is turning ugly. And there's a dangerous sense that the nation's political life is spinning out of control.
For it seems now more certain than ever.
And that is, of course, Walter Cronkite, legendary TV journalist from that time.
Almost certain standoff will either end in real give and take negotiations or terrible escalation.
But it is increasingly clear to this reporter that the only rational way out then will be to negotiate, not as victors, but as an honorable people who lived up to their pledge to defend democracy and did the best they could. This is Walter Cronkite. Good night.
The Voting Rights Act signing, August 6, 1965. So yeah, he did accomplish that and other things, but Vietnam is just, taking away from those accomplishments in a way. And here another scene where these men are asking their wives for advice, or at least their thoughts.
Well, say what you think.
All right. It's tough and effective, but the music in it is sad and sour to the ear. And I don't know that any speechwriter could have made it sing.
I got 100 bills in committee. They'll never see the light of day. But I think I could pass 1,000 bills. More education, more health care, more rights. But it wouldn't matter. Because it seems nothing I say, no matter how I say it, can ever bring this country together again.
Then perhaps eloquence of speech is no longer the answer, but eloquence of action.
And I would like to think that, or I think that's what the movie is saying, is that when she says eloquence of speech is no longer the answer, but eloquence of action. So then, oh, and you just missed it, sorry. So Clark, or Donald Sutherland, called Mrs. Johnson Lady Bird. Anyway, so Lady Bird said, eloquence of speech is not the answer, but eloquence of action. And perhaps that is what I think the movie is suggesting, that is what is one of the things that led Johnson to decide that he will not seek re-election.
I know.
So, that's a good question. Should Johnson have resigned, or should he have stayed on and lost? Now, maybe he decided, I'm going to resign. That way the party has a better chance. And also he's admitting failure. So that's why he's resigning. And a lot of people resigned also because they no longer believed in the Vietnam War. Clark Clifford, by contrast, he came in when the president asked him to come in, and he never resigned. He just kept advising him. So, that's a good question. What do you do? If you're failing, do you resign? Or do you admit that you're wrong and make things better? Or is it better to admit that you have failed and then resign?
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Tonight, I want to speak to you of peace in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. We are prepared to move immediately towards peace through negotiations. We are substantially reducing, the present level of hostilities, and we are doing so unilaterally and at once. Tonight, I have ordered our aircraft and our naval vessels make no more attacks on North Vietnam, except in the area north of the demilitarized zone, where the continuing enemy buildup directly threatens Allied forward positions. The area in which we are stopping our attacks includes almost 90% of North Vietnam's population and most of its territory. Our purpose in this action is to bring about a reduction in the level of violence that now exists. It is to save the lives of brave men and to save the lives of innocent women and children. Now, as in the past, the United States is ready to send its representatives to any forum at any time to discuss the means of bringing this ugly war to an end. There is a division in the American House now. There is divisiveness among us all tonight. With America's sons in the fields far away, with America's future under challenge right here at home, with our hopes and the world's hope for peace in the balance every day, I do not believe that I should devote an hour or a day of my time to any personal partisan causes or to any duties other than the awesome duties of this office, the presidency of your country. Accordingly, I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
Wow.
But let men everywhere know, however, that a strong and a confident and a vigilant America stands ready tonight to seek an honorable peace and stands ready tonight to defend an honored cause, whatever the prize, whatever the burden, whatever the sacrifice that duty may require. Thank you for listening. Good night, and God bless you all.
And then Dr. King was assassinated in April of '68, and then Bobby Kennedy just 2 months later, same year. And so these were just extreme times. I mean, bad in that there was segregation and war, and good in that the civil rights movement was happening, and Kennedy represented hope and progress. And then after he was assassinated, Bobby Kennedy represented it, Dr. King represented it, but then they were both assassinated. It was just difficult time in the United States. But of course, worse in Vietnam because they were the ones actually dying.
Humiliate the United States.
And that's part of the problem with these American Vietnam War movies, is that they always make it seem like a tragedy for Americans. And it was, but it was worse for the Vietnamese because they were the ones who were dying in greater numbers. So Americans really need to watch more movies that give us the Vietnamese perspective. And Americans really need more than just the American perspective. They need to hear and see other perspectives as well.
Now, the new second in command, General Wayan, is here to brief you on the implementation of this phase of the war. General?
Excuse me, Ambassador, with Abrams in and Westy out, is this an official admission that Westmoreland's strategy was a failure?
General Westmoreland was promoted.
And again, General Westmoreland, we're not acknowledging that he failed. He was promoted and sent to Washington.
The enemy's forces, their divisions.
So that's another thing. If somebody does something bad, do you fire them? Do you transfer them? Make it a promotion? There's a lot of, let everybody save face. There are a lot of options.
To act as my deputy for military functions. who will help me implement this strategy. He will serve as a commanding general for the Central Highlands region.
Please, General, help me clarify this. You're placing a U.S. civilian in command of 10 divisions of South Vietnamese troops in the Central Highlands, which is a fairly sizable area, while the rest of the U.S. troops pull back?
We're not pulling back. The South Vietnamese are moving forward.
If it's not a withdrawal, what does Vietnamization mean?
Well, that's what we're trying to explain to you, if you just pay attention.
John, in all fairness, you've always been an advocate that the U.S. take control here in Saigon, yes?
That's correct. Ted has proved that the South Vietnamese are capable and willing to take control of this war.
The American people have been completely demoralized by recent developments.
Not at all. Not at all. On the contrary, our intelligence, in fact, indicates that it is the Viet Cong who have been demoralized since Tet.
Wait, I'm highly confused, and I find this contradictory, because in fact, with this restructuring, the South Vietnamese are not in command, but you are, Mr. Van, while the U.S. forces go out the back door.
No one is going out the back door.
Sir, what are you saying? Will any American soldiers be going home?
Certainly, as the Vietnamese people assume greater responsibility for the war effort, there will be some reassignment of U.S. support personnel.
John, did you meet with President Nixon and discuss Vietnamization?
I met the president, yes.
So was it his policy or your policy?
It's the policy of the United States government.
U.S. policy has not changed from day one in terms of our involvement in helping the people of the Republic of Vietnam.
Nixon ordered all American combat troops out of Vietnam by June of 1972. The South Vietnamese, although backed by American air support and advisors, would have to fight the war themselves. 10 years down the road, we were back to where we started. But this time, John Paul Van was in charge.
Intelligence says that the enemy's moved large numbers of troops, maybe 5 divisions, down the Ho Chi Minh Trail to here. We also know that there's heavy artillery, even tanks, further north.
I see what they're after. If they can break through the line here and head for the sea, they'll have cut our forces in half and have a clear shot at Saigon.
The South Vietnamese troops can't hold the line. It's over.
South Vietnamese are good soldiers. They just need some goddamn leadership. Oh, they'll hold the line. We'll do one better. We might turn this whole goddamn thing around. I think old General Jaff's about to make the mistake we've been making all along. He's going to try to fight this thing in a conventional fashion. If we can persuade him to send his troops out of these hills around Kontum, he'll be vulnerable. And that's where we could crush him.
I don't know, John.
I do, Fred, I do. I've never seen anything so clear. I've been waiting for a moment like this all my life.
Notice the sweat marks on the soldier. That's a nice little movie detail that adds a feeling of reality to the movie. It's so hot, everybody's sweating.
I'd like an interview, John.
I don't have time.
Okay, I'll make it quick. Do you intend to carpet bomb around Kontum with B-52s?
That's operational information.
What a line of bullshit you fed us. About the peasants and the revolution, and I bought it.
I still believe it.
But you're gonna bomb with B-52s? How can you say that? It's wrong, John, it's wrong.
It's wrong? It's the same goddamn war it was back in '62. You were there. Why didn't you say it was wrong then? Shit. You and the fucking Kennedys, the good old boys who sent us here. Now y'all want to change your minds because there's blood and guts on TV. Well, I don't have that luxury. I've got 50,000 people in Kontum whose lives are on the line because of us. They can't change their minds, can they? I gave those people my word. And I'm gonna do everything I can to save them. Let's go. Colonel Bob.
Welcome, sir.
Frank Drummond, I thought they retired you.
Well, retirement seems to be sitting pretty good with you, John. Thanks for requesting me, buddy.
Well, my pleasure.
Major Darrell Jones, sir.
Major Jones, finally, I got a fighting team I can be proud of. Well, gentlemen, let's get to work.
This way.
Head! Gentlemen, senior advisor.
At ease, men.
All right, listen up, everyone. We are going to hold the line here at Tan Can, then mount a stage retreat back to where we are, Kon Tum. That will pull these North Vietnamese divisions out of the hills, and when they do, we are going to call in the B-52s and carpet bomb each of these squares. We are going to wipe out the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Division of the North Vietnamese Army. My old colleague, Colonel Ba, will conduct the forward command, defense, and withdrawal. This is General Giap, commander of the NVA. He's a genius. He's never been beaten. Till now. I've studied this man for 10 years, and we're going to whip his ass. You know why? Because he wastes his men, pours them away like piss in the wind. There's not a man in this room, not a man on that line out there I wouldn't die for. No matter what we've done with our lives, you and I can be proud today because we have the noblest of all professions. We are soldiers. Good Lord said it all about us. He said, no greater love has a man than he lay down his life for another. And by God, this day will not end, but I will see you all safely through it, and we will hold this ground.
Yeah, there's sustained mortar and small arms fire. Over.
Get me a sit rep forward command.
Content forward, content command. Sit rep. Over.
Enemy still 500 yards to my immediate front. We're holding them here.
Roger that, Major. Good work.
Tell Colonel Bond we will withdraw in 1 hour. Over.
Oh no, it's Colonel Din. He's back.
Paul, what the hell are you doing here? Why aren't you at your post?
I have been replaced, sir.
Who the hell's in charge of the Arvin?
Who's the general?
Arvin, ARVN, Army of the Republic of Vietnam.
Tell him I'm on my way.
Sir, content forward. The 6 actual is en route to your fix. Out.
Contour says vans on the way out.
Let's go! Forward command! Step on it!
Cover that right flank! Lay it out, boys!
What the fuck was that?
Okay, we got an enemy tank here. We have an enemy tank.
There's a tank! There's a fucking tank!
Got an enemy tank to our rear.
There are no enemy tanks reported in this sector.
Fuck you, son! I'll tell you there's a goddamn tank up here.
Now, that is how guerrilla warfare works. When you're a smaller army, when you're a guerrilla force, and you're fighting the superior force, in this case, the Americans, you kill and capture small amounts of them, and eventually you accumulate their tanks, their arms, even they are fighting you and killing you, but they are also supplying you. Notice the North Vietnam Army, they look more like a conventional, formal, professional army. Uniforms, large numbers, not like how they looked before.
Go! Everybody down! Go! Pull back!
Let's go! Go!
Blow this fucking place!
Blow it, Frank!
Move!
Go! Go!
At the time, the standard issue rifle that the U.S. Army used was the M16. It was accurate rifle, but it tended to jam. By contrast, the North Vietnam forces were using AK-47s or AKs. And AKs, they have a lot of kickback. They're not as accurate, but they don't jam as much as the M16 does. So Colonel Din, we just saw him die when he stepped on a mine. And so it is a minefield. And I think mines are still a problem in the world from leftover wars. Mines are left over from wars that are over. So every now and then somebody in some part of the world will step on a mine. And I don't know what the situation with landmines are now, but international bodies have tried to pass treaties and laws to ban mines. Certain chemical weapons have been banned. Certain countries have agreed to not using nuclear weapons. Tear gas is actually a military weapon, but a lot of cops in America use it.
All right, hold on. Grab his arms. Frank, let's see. You okay? Let's get him up. Okay. Got it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Damn it. It's in tight. Hold on. Hold on, Frank. It's coming around on us. Come on. Come on. Get him. Okay, let's lay time off. Roll it. We gotta go. Okay. Hold on. Bob, get these men back to their post.
What's the meaning of this?
Sir, we've been ordered to withdraw.
Withdraw nothing. Get Bomber Command on the horn.
Sir, the enemy have already passed the coordinates.
Give them these new coordinates.
Stand by.
1586, 1580.
Sir, that's us.
Call it in.
1586, 1580.
Soldier, let me have a look.
That's correct. Yes, we know. Sir, they want confirmation.
We don't have time for this horse shit. We're about to be overrun. Just do it!
Senior advisor says go.
Recon Skyhawk. Enemy is now 1 mile. Recon Skyhawk. Enemy now 800 yards. Over.
Major, here they come.
Colonel, let's get ready.
Are we okay?
As I mentioned before, they now look more like a professional army, not guerrillas, and those are AK-47s that they're holding. And here come the B-52s dropping the bombs.
How'd you look?
When I first saw this movie, I thought that was it. They're all gonna die. And hey, John Van lives again.
Roger, at command. Touchdown, Constitute at command. Over.
What is all this?
Congratulations, John. It was a hell of an action.
Mr. Ambassador?
John, the president asked me to come and convey his and our country's appreciation.
Thank you, sir.
John, step right this way. Look, I have a little surprise here for you. John, President Chu.
Mr. President?
The people of Vietnam are grateful for your help in defending our country.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Come on.
Congratulations, John. You deserve it.
Well, this was great, Fred. But I better be getting back.
Sure.
Yeah. Duty calls.
Good luck, John.
You know, Fred, we can win this thing.
You bet.
Come on. I'm not here to supply gossip for you.
Yes, but... Excuse me one moment.
John!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I have something that might interest you.
Former Vietnam veteran Douglas Elders claimed the U.S. government has conspired to deceive the American people in order to pursue an illegal war in Vietnam. Well, I'll be damned.
Well, at least someone's prepared to stop peddling the lie.
Well, now, what lie would that be?
That we're here to solve Vietnam's problems. We're the problem, and that's the truth.
Great line.
See, Stephen, there's your truth, and there's my truth. And they're two different things. All I know is up that road is old General Giap. When he and I speak to each other, we never lie.
General Giap and you? John, the war's not about warriors anymore. It's about children and women and rice paddies. You know who told me that? You did. You did.
I gotta go. I got men holding the line up there.
Boss, we really don't have the weather.
Come on, let's go.
Hello? No. He's dead? How? I was just... Oh, man.
So John Van survived all of those battles, and he died in a helicopter crash when the helicopter ran into bad weather.
John Paul Van was America's warrior. He personified our good intentions, our arrogance, our courage, and ultimately our folly. He had fought to redeem the unredeemable, to salvage the doomed enterprise called South Vietnam. In death, he had triumphed over defeat, while the rest of us are left to ask, why?
There's Doug, John's old friend, Westmoreland, the U.S. ambassador to Vietnam. General Wayand, his friend. Major Jones, who was with him at the Battle of Kontum. There's a movie, Patton, where Patton, a general in World War II, fights all these battles, and he almost dies in an accident, but he doesn't. And his friend says something like, wow, wouldn't that have been something if we went through all that and you just died in an accident?
One of the boys on our block was...
Yes, this scene is taken from the American television comedy and drama series called The Wonder Years. It aired from 1988 to 1993. And at the time, during the Vietnam War, there were lots of conversations like these happening in homes all over America, where hippies who were against the war were arguing with people like this man whose character's name is Jack. They were debating the war and arguing about it and fighting about it, and it was getting heated. But it's a terrific scene.
Justifying dying for a government.
And, you know, it also dispels another lie that we've been taught. You know, people say, you're a hippie, and they say it as an insult. It's not an insult to be a hippie. The hippies were right. The hippies were against the Vietnam War, and they were right. The hippies supported civil rights. They were right. And the hippies were environmentalists before environmentalism was a thing. So the hippies were right.
You to believe it's all about. They turn people into brainwashed morons.
My hunch was that my father would not let being called a brainwashed moron at his dinner table go by unremarked.
So, you think I've been brainwashed, do you, Lewis?
No.
In a previous scene, the reporter says the rest of us are left to ask why. And if you look on my channel, there's another video where some people are talking about war, and one person says, most of the great miseries of the world have been caused by war. And when the wars were over, no one knew what they were about.
And they weren't brainwashed. They were brave men who weren't afraid to fight for what they believed in. Now, if you're afraid to fight, why don't you just say so? Why don't you just admit that you're chicken?
You're damn right. I am chicken. I don't want to die like your friends. What do you think that you achieved over there? Do you think that those people are free? They're not free, man. Except to buy Coca-Cola and Nestle's Quick, get loans from Chase Manhattan Bank.
That's crap.
You were used, man, and your friends were used.
That's crap!
Daddy, you never listen to what we say. Some of what we say is true.
Don't accept all this death and then justify it. It is wrong. Your friends should be alive. They should be enjoying dinner and arguing with their kids just like you are.
What do you know about it? Who the hell are you to say that?
You see this, man? This is my draft notice. In 2 weeks, I can go to jail. I can go to Canada. Or I can go get shot full of holes like your friend Brian Cooper. You keep thinking the way you do, Mr. Arnold. And these two will be next. And I just hope that's what they want. Excuse me.
Terrific scene.
With our military loss.
Yes, and finally, we're getting some Vietnamese perspective from the North Vietnam government. We're at their high levels. We're getting some of their perspective.
Conrad Lee even seemed prepared to leave the so-called President Thieu in place in Saigon. We've always insisted on his dismissal.
And that actor is the legendary George Takei, Sulu from Star Trek, and he also played a Japanese officer from World War II accused of war crimes in an Australian movie called Prisoners of the Sun. That's a good movie too. Check that out.
victory. It will embolden him to, in his words, get tough with us. On the other hand, if Henry Kissinger can deliver to his president...
Now, at this point, we are in the Nixon presidency. We're coming to the end of the war, and we will see Nixon. So we've seen the Kennedy era and the Johnson era, taken from the movies Bright Shining Lie and The Path to War, and that brief scene from The Wonder Years. And now we are in the Nixon era, the final era of the war.
With the Americans gone, the days before our final liberation of the South will be numbered.
And if you fail, we have fought too long to risk public disgrace.
The Americans fear it even more. Kissinger nurtures his public image with great diligence, believing it necessary to gain public support for his policies. So he will avoid embassies, ignore their State Department, and use back channels. I will deal directly with Kissinger. He will deliver Nixon. Call Kissinger ex reducto. For your eyes only. Politburo authorizes resuming Paris peace talks on strictly confidential basis.
So Paris, because for a long time, Paris was the capital of the world, certainly the capital of the Western world. And then after Paris, there goes a nice French car, black Peugeot. After Paris, New York, one could argue, was the capital of the world, or at least the Western world. Now, one could argue Berlin is the capital of the world, or the Western world.
So, Mr. Advisor, here we are.
Indeed, Mr. Special Advisor. And now, let us try and bring peace to our English region.
Ours is not the only region in anguish over this war.
All the more reason to now bring it.
So that guy with the glasses, that's Kissinger.
In late November, after your election.
That's Kissinger.
I'm here to make peace. Now. My task was clear. Although President Thieu had previously acquiesced to ceasefire proposals which implied that North Vietnamese troops could remain in the South, he had, since April, demanded that any troop withdrawal be mutual. To bring them around would take the skill of a Bismarck.
So, I see that your conversations in Paris with Le Docteur were not without their interest.
Now, somebody in the comments, another of this, a previous version of this video was saying that Kissinger has sold out South Vietnam. Well, what should we have done differently? I mean, this war had gone on for so long, and we were losing, and we were the problem.
Of ending a war.
So like I was saying before, this is the last movie that I used. It was a made-for-TV movie. I forget the name, but so far what we used is Bright Shining Light, Path to War, Wonder Years, and this movie.
Once the road is paved, traffic naturally follows. The route is a fait accompli. You will not do that to me or my people.
Not my intention. I simply seek a compromise.
Compromise. Fine word. But our view of what constitutes an acceptable compromise is firm. No North Vietnamese on our soil, no interim government, no coalition government. Sufficient time for me to prepare the South Vietnamese people for any such plan.
Reasonable points, Mr. President. All reasonable points.
And there's one other. No withdrawal of American troops from South Vietnam while the North keeps its soldiers on our soil.
Yeah. On that issue, as you know, we have always implied
that any troop reductions must be mutual. We appreciate your efforts. If you have time, we will enjoy offering you our hospitality at dinner.
Well, thank you, but I must return as quickly as possible. I want to make your views known to my president.
I trust you will do it.
Yes, Uncle. Did it go well?
Kissinger? He'd sailed us down the river just to get a deal.
And there is the infamous President Nixon. Now, there was a made-for-TV movie which portrayed Nixon as a very socially awkward guy. He was just a strange guy. And in this scene, he seems also like a strange guy. But in this movie, he's portrayed as a strange guy who is also evil and an alcoholic. He doesn't go into rehab or anything or falls down drunk, but he's always got some hard liquor drink with him, like right now.
He's our ally, fought by our side. He'll have to...
And here comes a very anti-Semitic line where Richard Nixon asks Kissinger, "Why are all Jews leftist?" And Kissinger replies, "Well, there are Jews, and then there are Jews. I can only speak for myself."
With respect, the American people tire of the war. Conflict fatigue, sir, is a political death warrant.
What American people? The hippies? The Jewish liberals? Tell me, Henry, why are all Jews leftists?
Well, Mr. President, there are Jews, and there are Jews. I can only speak for myself, and I believe.
And Henry Kissinger is Jewish. He's still alive. And Richard Nixon, in another scene in this movie, which was not included in this fan edit, he says, "Where's my Jew boy?" Meaning, where is Henry Kissinger?
This is sudden death.
So as I was saying, there was a made-for-TV movie about Nixon, which portrayed Nixon as a really weird guy. This movie portrays him as a weird, evil alcoholic. And then Oliver Stone made a movie called Nixon, where Anthony Hopkins, the Brit, played Nixon. And that interpretation of Nixon was just a man who was just suffering from severe mental illness. I mean, like, just extreme mental illness. Let's put it that way.
Negligible. In fact, I would say that.
Now, what's important to know, there are so many important things to know, but Johnson campaigned that he would end the war, but he escalated it. And what we will see here is that Nixon also campaigned on ending the war, and he escalated it.
Maybe show the world that we are trying. Okay, Henry, you put your deal to him, but make it tough. Not something for those Rockefeller liberals of yours, but a Cold War Hawks deal.
Understood. Understood, Mr. President. Well, sir, now that General Haig is here with us, this might be an opportune time to discuss his replacement as my deputy.
Henry, I'm going to pay you the greatest honor I can. I'm going to let you keep Al on your staff. Show the world that my national security advisor rates a 4-star as his deputy.
Well, of course, I am honored, sir, but I don't think it's...
It'll be fine. Thank you, Henry. Excuse me.
Gave it a lot of thought, Henry, but the president feels that Al will be of enormous...
And I'm going to go back to Ukraine again. Kissinger, who is alive today, has said publicly the United States should not be involved in Ukraine, should not be arming and funding Ukraine. And it might be...
If I may.
That's war and politics make strange bedfellows. People who are pro-peace now agree with Kissinger, at least on the Ukraine issue.
Well?
Henry's delighted.
Yeah, I bet he is. Now, Al, you know your job. This promotion's about loyalty. You're there as my man. Stiffen Henry's backbone. If necessary, you be the one to let Ducto know we're ready to bomb him to kingdom come. No soft deals. Just because I brought our troop level down from over 500,000 to less than 30,000 doesn't mean I'm weak. Hell no, not me.
I understand completely, sir.
For all we know, Kissinger would gladly sell out a loyal ally to end this thing before the election. Take all the credit for himself. Well, not this time. I swear. Fire him if you weren't so popular. Press, the Harvard people, they think the sun shines out his ass. Good idea, Henry. That's a good plan. Now, you're doing fine. Yes, it's all right. Yeah, I'll see you then. Yeah. Bob, Charlie, whoever leaked this peace talk stuff, that one deserves a medal. Makes it clear that these Paris talks are Henry's baby. If they fall apart, let it hit the fan over his head. Maybe then I can get away with firing him, but keep him in the dark. If he starts looking to plug leaks, you tell the FBI to play along. Drinks?
Please, sir.
Bourbon all around?
Oh, thank you.
No one will say that America folded its hand during my watch. No, sir. We're going to finally prevail. I will not be the first American president to lose a war.
That's what Johnson said. Or similar to what Johnson said.
So in summary, therefore, the Politburo accepts the principle of an immediate ceasefire without waiting for outstanding political issues to first be resolved.
Then you no longer require a president to be removed from office as a precondition.
However, the Politburo does require the withdrawal of all foreign troops,
including those of North Vietnam.
Vietnamese soldiers on Vietnamese soil cannot be considered foreign. We speak of American forces, though we would accept there would be no further movement of troops from the north into the southern regions. Finally, we call for an administration of national concord to organize elections in all areas of the country.
Organize elections or become a de facto government to replace the present Saigon regime.
It would displace neither Thieu nor the provisional revolutionary government we recognize. It will make decisions only by consensus.
And prisoners of war?
Return. Immediately upon the initialing of this agreement.
Well, I would say these suggestions have some promise. I think a recess, in order for us to study them further, would not be uncalled for.
Until tomorrow?
At noon. In the interim, we will prepare a draft of our understanding of what has been suggested.
Yes! Congratulations, it's unbelievable.
Well, unbelievable or not, we appear to have done it, do we not?
If we can hold him to what he said, then we truly have done it. A peace that will save the honor of the soldiers who served and died in Vietnam.
Have a problem, Mr. Negroponte?
As good as it seems to us is as bad as it might look to Chew. He'll suspect the administration of National Concord as a way to displace him and his government, especially if it's backed up by North Vietnamese troops on his territory and in Cambodia and Laos.
An opening offer. We will counter. You and Winston prepare a draft of the agreement. Be vague with this administration of National Concord business. Water it down. Spell out that there will be no further infiltration from the north. And add a provision that Hanoi must withdraw its troops from Cambodia and Laos. Will that satisfy?
I'm sure it will, sir. As long as we do indeed water it down, as you put it, we can look Chew in the eye when we present it.
Well then, get to it. I have an engagement in town. I want a draft ready for me at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You two are young enough to work through the night, especially for what may be the biggest moment in your entire lives. Well, 8 a.m.
Yes, sir. What about the president?
Which one? Joe or Nixon? I appear to be dealing for them both.
Yeah. So maybe we should bring them up to speed. Especially Nixon. He's expecting us to go slower. We should warn him.
I will. You can rely on it.
Should I draft a cable?
No, you should not. I'm the president's national security advisor. I am not yet ready to be displaced.
Not at all what I had in mind.
Good. I shall cable Washington from a safe line at the embassy. Leave this to me, Alexander.
Sure, of course.
Pro Alderman X. Kissinger, please inform the President there has been some definite progress, though not very detailed. We'll keep you informed.
Pro-President Nixon, ex-President Chew. Sources indicate Paris breakthrough. Please inform what commitments may be undertaken in our name.
Pro-Kissinger ex-Haldeman. President instructs that Ambassador Bunker in Saigon should be updated.
Pro-Bunker ex-Kissinger. Tell President Chew the other side may make a ceasefire proposal during the next few days. Essential that Chew's troops move promptly and seize maximum amount of critical territory.
Pro-Kissinger ex-Haldeman would appreciate status update.
Pro-Haldeman ex-Kissinger. Negotiations too complex and sensitive to report their content in detail. Please tell the President we know exactly what we are doing. And just as we have not let you down in the past, we will not do so now.
Yeah, but the way you're putting it, the administration of National Concord is only advisory.
Exactly. You heard the boss. Water it down so it's acceptable to Chew. I've done exactly that.
And a complete withdrawal of NV troops from Laos and Cambodia.
Look, the doctor himself said it was worth trying. He also said this was a counteroffer, remember? I don't think he wants us to give away the candy store, do you?
I don't know what he wants.
This is rubbish. It's pure rubbish. What is this supposed to be? Well, speak up.
Well, it's what was discussed with Duc To and incorporating the changes you approved.
Approved? Approved?
What the hell is this?
But, sir, you said we should counter-offer.
I never suggested you become Chew's agent in this matter. We are here to come to terms with Hanoi, not Saigon.
Not just who do you work for?
I did not come to Paris to fail. I came to end the war.
Well, as a counteroffer, I think it's...
What counter-offer? Don't you understand? I want to meet this position as closely as I can. We have already wasted enough time on this matter. The world is a busy place. There are other issues that demand my attention. You have till noon to come up with a new draft. One we can achieve.
I'm not satisfied with your new draft on the matter of reparations.
Reparations? Impossible. We have done our best to bridge the gap.
Indispensable. After all, you aid the South.
Fine. Then the U.S. can provide aid to both Vietnams to heal the wounds of war. And prisoners of war?
Returned. After your withdrawal.
Before.
After.
Before. Unless you also withdraw your troops from the South.
No withdrawal. We will stay in place. No new emplacements. POWs return simultaneously.
If we withdraw from Cambodia and Laos, so do you.
The matters of our region do not concern you after your departure.
World politics do not end with your war, Mr. Advisor. Your region will remain of great interest to us, especially if you expect humanitarian aid.
Best endeavors at quitting Laos within 1 month. As for Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge won't listen to anything I say.
Well, if you expect me to sell it to President Yu, you must sell it to them.
The thing that scares me is the part about reparations.
Humanitarian aid.
Call it whatever the hell you like, it's still aid. And that needs congressional approval. Not even the president can promise money.
Show me a congressman that would dare vote against a proposal to end the war that Richard Nixon endorses.
If he endorses it. He will. After November 7th, as soon as the election's behind him.
I will not be bound by political objectives. We must negotiate a settlement that will stand on its own. We must show the world what we achieved in spite of the election, not because of it.
That'll come as a hell of a surprise to the president.
Which one? Chu or Nixon?
I was thinking of Kissinger.
It is clear, I trust, that we intend to treat all areas we occupy as autonomous.
Then you intend to resupply your troops in the South? Then we reserve the right to resupply our allies in Saigon.
Can you commit your allies?
I speak for the President of the United States. I can assure you he has the complete trust of our allies in Saigon.
I suppose all this must wait upon the upcoming event in your country. The Tuesday, November 7th election.
If we reach an agreement now, I will come to Hanoi at an appropriate date and initial these accords.
If you need not wait upon your election, I note that October 24th is also a Tuesday.
I would be happy to be delighted to join with you on that day if we finish our business here.
How do you think the chief will react to an October date?
Alexander, I enjoyed the president's confidence. I am sure I can count on his support.
Sure, of course, I know that. But he'll want assurances President Tu's on board.
By Ambassador Bonk in Saigon. Have him report to you that, quote, My judgment at this juncture is that they appear ready to accept the ceasefire in the near future. Unquote.
A bit of an understatement, isn't it?
He will be told all he needs to know in good time. We must first take the product on the road. There are others that must be solved first before we worry about you.
Hell of a deal. Peace we've always demanded, promised the American people we'd get. Will those communist bastards stick by it, keep their word?
As long as we and you keep ours.
Well, that ought to be a problem, should it, Bob?
I can't see why. How about you, Al?
Well, there are a few, maybe just one or two, ambiguities.
Well, Henry here can sell too, explain it all away. My Henry's excellent at that, aren't you, Henry?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a little bit, that's right. Thank you. I am sure President Yu will understand and embrace the accord.
Well, if he doesn't, to hell with it. You'll delay your initialing ceremony until after the election. Maybe I'll go myself.
Well, sir, I think the October date is the essential component of the agreement.
After my landslide on the 7th, nobody will say no to me. Not Tu, not Brezhnev, not the whining press or the hippies. No, sir. But I won't have too pressure. You'll have to sell him, Henry.
That, comrades, is the sum and essence of the accord. It allows...
And it was Nixon who said that he wanted peace with honor. Well, what's peace with honor? Victory. So Kissinger is trying to make peace here, but Nixon wants a victory.
That he will be here on October 24th.
The entire world should know this.
Until Chu and his gangsters have been informed, I gave my word. We would treat the matter with delicacy.
We will honor that, but to ensure...
And I'm not praising Kissinger nor Nixon. In fact, full disclosure, this made-for-TV movie, again, I use Bright Shining Lie, The Path to War, Wonder Years, and this made-for-TV movie, whose title I forget, but it portrayed Kissinger in a positive light, which I would not portray Kissinger in a positive light.
One thing, not to share it with our soldiers who have fought for these days for so many years is quite another.
Well, here's the first. You waiting for me?
So, what on earth is up?
Not for publication.
However, as horrible as the Vietnam War was, at least it eventually did come to an end under Nixon and under Kissinger, which of course does not absolve anything that either of them has done. We will see later Nixon will bomb Vietnam, but Kissinger and Nixon and Johnson and everyone should have said,
The election?
let's get out of Vietnam now. But as we've seen throughout this fan-made edit, for various reasons, everybody...
Take one more trip to Saigon.
It's very easy to think that when your military is much more powerful than a smaller country's military, it's very easy to think that you can win.
My only fear is that President Yu learns the details before I can explain them. In particular, the continuing presence of Northern troops in the South, though that is entirely off the record.
This is the most momentous event since VJ Day. Why keep it a secret?
Because I can trust no one. Not the president. Not while he's listening to Chuck Colson and his political people. And President Yu is a man not to be trusted. Duplicity is a national trait of the Vietnamese. But come October 24th, that will all be behind us. I can explain it to President Yu so that he will understand it. Then we will be 3 for 3, this president and I. The opening to China, détente with the Soviets, and now peace in Vietnam.
Each time I think I have the measure of the man's capacity for betrayal, I'm reminded that it may be limitless. It's quite clear. He's been negotiating for months behind my back without my approval. No wonder the North calls us American puppets. That's exactly how they see Kissinger treating us.
Call a press conference. Tell the world.
This is no time for a young man's impatience, nephew. That's what Kissinger wants. Then he becomes the angel of peace with us as his war-loving obstacle. No, there are better ways to deal with this.
Uncle, the 24th is only a week away.
Then we must be slyer than the fox himself. Sorry to have delayed you. Internal matters. You know my nephew and aide, Wang Duc-Na?
Yes, I do. A recent graduate of the Oklahoma University, I believe.
Go Sooners.
So, greetings from President Nixon. We come on his behalf with what we believe to be very encouraging news. Late Doctor has presented us with some suggestions for a ceasefire, which, in our judgment, can form the sound basis for a final resolution of a painful war that has devastated this.
We're sufficiently well acquainted to dispense with long speeches. Is there anything in writing of Doctor's suggestions?
Of course we have something.
This is in English.
Yes, I know I must apologize for this. We have not yet had time to prepare an adequate translation.
Sau đây là những điều mà hai bên đã đề cập đến để ngưng chiến tranh Việt Nam. Forgive the use of a tongue with which you're unfamiliar. But for us, English is not a language of record.
Of course.
Hiệp ước này sẽ hoàn toàn thay thế tất cả những gì mà đã nêu ra từ trước. Nói tóm lại, sau đây là những gì mà Hà Nội đã nêu ra.
Interesting.
Or more than that, surely. Mr. President, this is encouraging. It's exciting.
Interesting. I see it refers to,
The three Indo-Chinese states.
Yes. I assume that would mean Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. One state, one Vietnam. Which one of us is indicated by this? Saigon or Hanoi?
Well, sir, we are aware, of course, of your concern in this regard. So this is merely a typographical error, I should think.
I see. A typographical error. Yet nowhere is the line that demarcates the South from the North referred to as an international border.
Right. Well, I would say, sir, that these are details. They will have to be addressed, of course. But as to the substance of the agreement, Mr. President, we are anxious to proceed as quickly as possible.
No more so than I, Dr. Kissinger. The war is being fought in my homeland, after all. I need some time to study this. I suggest we adjourn until, say, Saturday?
That would be the 21st.
Is it? I wasn't aware of any time constraints. Is there a problem?
Saturday is ideal, Mr. President.
Well, nothing but good news this Monday. Except the Redskins did get creamed again by the Dolphins. That Shula, hell of a coach. But what an effort by Theismann. Now there's a leader. That's my kind of player. Get me his telephone number. I want to call him. Anyway, you've all seen the polls. Seems like come November 7th, we'll have a brand new 1st and 10 with 4 years on the game clock. Now, item A, Kissinger's report from Saigon. What do we make of it?
Mr. President?
Go ahead, Westy.
And that's General Westmoreland, third made-for-TV movie. So same character, but played by a third actor.
Really?
It's a fan edit. I can only do the best with what I got. And all I got is me and my tech guy. And again, my tech guy, you know who you are. Thank you very much. Without you, there would be no risky edges.
Fought and died for to leave them in place in Southern Territory they seized by aggression. This gives them the base they need to swamp Saigon the minute the last helicopter picks the last American soldier off the ground. And they will wait just long enough for us to close a blind eye before they finish the job of wiping the Republic of Vietnam off the map.
Is that a good enough answer?
It's an answer. But if we want to end the war, this provides a way. Frankly, whatever its shortcomings, I don't think this can be improved.
Well, there's a first for us. The Secretary of State on the same side as the National Security Advisor. Does that mean we should push two into acceptance?
Frankly, Mr. President, while Secretary Rogers may be right about this being the best deal we can get, it does leave the communists in place, on the ground, all over the South. And this administration of national concord smells an awful lot like an interim government.
Does your boss know you feel this way, General Haig?
We're in daily contact.
The essential requirement is that Two's acceptance be wholehearted. I won't be accused of forcing him into a settlement. This is not to be a shotgun marriage. Certainly not with an electoral landslide in the offing. There'll be time enough to deal with Two after the election. Now, you let Henry know that today. Now, about the suggestion...
Ole Dr. X. Kissinger, I can give you the assurance of my president that this matter will be satisfactorily concluded, and with your assent to the last minor details, President Nixon now considers this agreement complete.
United States Embassy.
Advisor Yan for Dr. Kissinger.
One moment, please.
Kissinger.
Yes, Dr. Kissinger. Regarding today's meeting, I'm afraid President Thiel will be unable to meet with you.
On what basis?
So sorry, but he hurt his foot. Water skiing.
I am a special envoy of the President of the United States of America. You know, I can't be treated like an errand boy.
We never considered you an errand boy, but if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it. We can receive you tomorrow.
I demand to see the President.
May I remind you what I just told you? I'm sorry. Until tomorrow.
The man will not treat us this way. I intend to go to Hanoi on Tuesday, whatever these devious people say.
From Henry. He wants to go ahead with the meeting in Hanoi.
Like hell. Not till Two okays it.
He won't. Why should he? He'll probably claim, and some of your enemies will agree, Mr. President, that the terms are a complete capitulation to Hanoi's demands of 1969, and that for this deal, we could have closed the books 3 years ago. They'll say it'll lead to a bloodbath, sir.
What's Henry's big rush? Tell him to get Two on board the program. If he can't, then get him back here, and we'll talk after Election Day.
I do not object to peace, but I have not got satisfactory answers from you, and therefore will not sign your agreement.
Then we will go out on our own.
Your prerogative, of course.
Pro-Kissinger X. Haig. President suggests that in view of President Two's rejection, perhaps our best course is to denounce entire agreement.
Pro-Haig, ex-Kissinger. I assume you recall your view that this was a good agreement when we concluded it.
24th in 2 days. Game may be over.
There are many ways to play this game. It's a matter of politics now, not policy, and I am not without skills at that sport. I will not have this snatched from me. I am going to see this through. I will bring peace despite all the deceitful play around me.
Pro Lê Đức Thọ, ex-Radio Hanoi. We acknowledge receipt of your memo to the effect that Kissinger has delayed the meeting of October 24th. However, we intend to announce the content of his previous cable that President Nixon considers the agreement complete.
The assurance Mr. President was given before we knew of Thu's rejection. As for the North Vietnamese, it was to be expected, Mr. President, that Radio Hanoi would broadcast the news. They considered the 24th as a firm date.
Well, I never signed off on it going public, not without Thu's agreement. So I don't want anyone quoting me, as saying the agreement is now complete. What do I do now about that poor bastard Thu?
Perhaps disagreements persist between ourselves and you. But as regards Hanoi, we have reached consensus ad idem.
Consensus ad crap. Without Thu, there's nothing.
Well, perhaps they inferred that...
Inferred? Listen, if this war is over, we ought to be the ones to trumpet it from the rooftops. It's 2 weeks to the election. Now, an announcement from me will look like two-bit politicking, a cheap shot after the classiest campaign in history. I didn't even mention McGovern's name once. I won't play games with a war. Not now.
Well, this is precisely my thinking, which is why I briefed Max Frankel at supper this evening.
You did what?
Think of it. Frankel's column in the early edition of the New York Times will be on the stands by the time the Radio Hanoi announcement gets airplay.
Is Frankel quoting you directly?
No, don't be silly, Chuck. Of course not. It's a leak from highly placed American officials.
When do we announce to the press? Officially?
Knowing that this president would not wish to make political capital out of ending the war, I intend to call a press conference tomorrow morning. Announce it as government business. Business as usual.
But you said Thu was unyielding. Total rejection, you said.
Yes. But our priority should be ensuring that this president is seen by the world as keeping his promise. The press conference puts all the pressure on you. No need to worry, I will leave some wiggle room. I will ensure that there's an area to maneuver as it unfolds. Well, Mr. President, I had best get about the preparations, if you will excuse me.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. A momentous event, Mr. President. Congratulations.
I suppose now everybody's going to say that Kissinger won the election.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The early votes we have in, where the polls have closed, in the eastern, midwestern, and southern states, indicate that if this trend continues, this voting continues across the country like this, President Nixon will be re-elected in a landslide, and it may surpass the record popular vote for Lyndon Johnson in 1964. In that year, he got 61.1% of the vote. That was in his race against Goldwater. Now we're going to look at the electoral board showing the total number of electoral votes so far projected. They show 9 states have been projected for President Nixon with a total of 115 electoral votes. Still well short, of course, of the 270 needed to win. So far, no states projected for Senator McGovern. 42 remaining undecided. 51 includes the District of Columbia, of course, not a state.
Dear Mr. President, to take a divided nation mired in war, losing its confidence, racked by intellectuals without conviction, and give it a new purpose, overcome its hesitations, will loom ever larger in the history books. It has been an inspiration to see your fortitude in adversity and your willingness to walk alone.
Tell me, if Russia invaded the US, would you accept an agreement where they got to stay and then say it was peace? I'm a general. You are a general. Would you, as a general, accept this agreement? I have a list of modifications that are necessary before I accept Dr. Kissinger's October draft.
Over the centuries, colonialists have butchered us, deceived us. But never have we been so cruelly misled as this. Q virtually rejects the terms we negotiated. We were told the agreement was complete. Now this 69 objections.
This had better be good. I was actually enjoying myself.
It's not good.
This is kind of an analogy for at least the 20th century, these white males in America enjoying swimming pools and alcohol and delicious food while making decisions that affect whether or not non-white people on other sides of the world live or die.
And indeed, Henry's the smartest man I ever met. Maybe the smartest man alive. You gotta believe a guy like that doesn't make mistakes.
All the more reason to grab hold of this thing ourselves.
We will, but not by me going on television. How the hell can I rally the people when there's nothing new to report? No, the people who have to hear me are the North Vietnamese.
You mean resume the bombing?
Damn straight. If bombing Hanoi is what it takes, then fine. People react to fear, not love. They don't teach that in Sunday school, but it's true.
Yes, but we've never bombed civilian targets.
Maybe that's the missing element. To insist the North withdraw, okay, we can sell that. You get me an opinion poll. Ask the question, should we continue operations until the communists have withdrawn? And tighten security. Check Kissinger's staff, see if any of them were McGovern supporters. And tell Kissinger to stop smiling in the pictures with Duck Toe. We're gonna finish this thing once and for all. I don't want Vietnam ruining my second term the way it did my first. I plan to leave office a hero. And that won't happen if we don't end this war. Besides, peace ought to distract the press, stop them from all this digging around that stupid Watergate business.
That's dying down already. It's almost definitely be Time Magazine's Man of the Year.
Good, good, excellent. Get Kissinger and Haig back here.
And of course, Vietnam ruined Johnson's presidency. It did not ruin Nixon's second term, but Watergate did ruin Nixon's second term, and then he had to resign in disgrace.
There's my boy, Tyler. How have you been? I've missed you.
Can you answer a question, please?
His piece of hand.
Piece of hand, that's a wonderful phrase. I wonder who made that up.
Doctor, how are your talks coming? Can you get both sides together?
Yes, I already have.
And it's sad that partaking in killing all of those civilians is not what brought down the Nixon presidency, but when Nixon went against the establishment with the whole Watergate scandal, that's what brought down his presidency.
He can't be more than 18.
You heard me, a full-court press will bomb the bastards into submission. That'll teach them to scuttle the agreement.
Foreign wars can end U.S. presidencies, but they can also not end American presidencies, regardless of how they end. Even though we lost Vietnam, that's not what ruined Nixon's presidency. Domestic matters, though, can definitely ruin American presidencies. And also, not necessarily. History's filled with so much nuance.
right, then let's get down to business. We bomb the North.
We have some fighter bombers on carriers off Haiphong.
They can't do the job. When you use force, you don't get points for showing restraint. You and I have always agreed on that, Henry. Now, something changed in you?
No, sir, of course not.
Then you agree we do whatever it takes to get the job done. No half measures. B-52s, Henry. B-52s.
But, sir, we have never bombed a population center with strategic bombers.
The new bomb sites should make sure that we hit only strategic targets. You know, this is your fault, Henry. That peace is at hand crap raised expectations too high. Now we escalate. B-52s with unrestricted targets in the North.
But, sir, you...
No, we've been through that, Henry. Alexander.
I'm with you 100%, sir. Two's the horse we rode in on, and we're honor-bound to stick by him. Doesn't matter what went down in October. Mr. President, I say you stand tall. Resume the bombing. Put those B-52 mothers in there and show them we mean business.
Wow.
This is a very courageous position, Mr. President. One that...
Well, we have 5 minutes left in this 5.5-hour fan edit, and we're bombing again! I shouldn't laugh, but it just shows how terrible the actions of the United States were. And again, that's one of the reasons why I made this fan edit and this channel. It was to criticize the United States. Some people can say, if you don't like America, leave America. Well, I'm not in America right now. I'm in the Philippines. And others might say, if you don't like America, try to change America. Well, hopefully this fan edit and this channel will, in a small way, help make America a better place. At least in the future, people will be able to say, hey, Andres Chang tried to do something. This YouTube channel might not amount to much, but hey, I tried. I tried to participate in the conversation. So you have been watching Risky Edges with Andres Chang. My name is Andres Chang. You have been watching Vietnam, a fan edit. This is probably the final version. And please like and share and comment and subscribe and turn on bell notifications. And I really hope that you enjoy this channel. And please check out all the other videos on this channel as well.
Went along with it. He's on the team. For now, at least. The further he runs from this, the more credit I'll get when the communists cave in. It's Kissinger who's losing his place in history. When people see this bombing end the war, they'll know how right I am.
Today, Pope Paul VI described the American bombing of Hanoi as, quote, the object of daily grief. And this from Germany says the attack...
Peace now. No more U.S. tax dollars nor weapons to Ukraine.
What else? What else?
From Joseph Kraft, today's column. Kissinger has been compromised and everybody in town knows it. Is he just a good German lending a cover of respectability to whatever monstrous policy President Nixon is pleased to pursue?
Oh, and I can't believe I didn't mention the helicopter, the iconic Maybe I did, but in case I didn't, the iconic image of the helicopter leaving the U.S. Embassy roof, people desperately trying to get on the helicopter landing on a ship, the ship heading to America, and because there were so many people and equipment and the helicopter on that ship, they dumped the helicopter to keep the ship afloat. So we left Vietnam in just complete disgrace.
At least suspect that they'll wait only for what he himself called a decent interval before marching on Saigon. In the end, it seems our allies are motivated not by ideology, care only for the great game of power politics.
Another great line.
The decision is made. Let the Paris talks conclude. Let us prepare for the storm that will follow.
A great line to end the movie and a good visual of him exiting. Also good to end the movie. Thank you for watching.